Evening, everybody. We are back with some more Cultist Simulator, although before I jump into it, I would like to just make sure that my quality settings are enabled. They are. So that means I shut down a bunch of browser windows, and there's actually one other thing I need to check. And we can open up the game right away. Again, I'm sorry I don't have more elegant starts to the broadcasts, but such is the reality of being an affiliate. So a few details. Actually, this will probably be relevant to the YouTube crowd more than anything. And again, in particular for Cultist Simulator, whenever I take a look at the metrics, both in terms of stuff that people watch, as well as sort of positive responses to videos, Cultist Simulator is far and away the most popular on my channel. Now, again, my channel is still very small. That's actually something that I'm going to be working on in the future, and that's definitely going to mean making more cultist content. But, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. For those of you who like watching the Elder Scrolls vodcasts, or particularly the high-quality videos that go up on YouTube, it seems that for whatever reason, the video that I uploaded just sort of started to hang at the 95% mark. So I was under the impression that the video was like up and ready to go while I was doing the vodcast. It appears that the high quality version is currently not online, so I'm re-uploading that after the broadcast. Though, you know, hopefully it's up and ready to go by the time this thing comes up. And is there anything else to talk about? I mean, I covered the paradox stuff during Age of Wonders on Monday. It's probably not a bad time to remind folks that when this playthrough is done, my current intentions are to basically free up my Wednesday for my own games, like ones that I would do that aren't sort of on a schedule. The biggest effort here is to just try and bring back a little bit of flexibility in terms of the schedule, and to maybe dedicate some time. So, for instance, this would mean that when I return to Cultist Simulator, it might be 2 or even 3 days a week where it goes. We do a nice big run, and then we're done with that for a little while, and then we move on to another game. But because I recognize the appetite for Cultist Simulator, and because there's quite a bit of the game sort of left for me, I do also want to try and find a way of kind of keeping the game going, especially because we're all waiting for Book of Hours to sort of spring to life. So the current plan for that is to do some more YouTube-focused videos. If you happen to be one of the people who likes watching this on YouTube right now, sort of by default, it's people who don't just like Cultist Simulator videos, but like long-form ones. So videos that are potentially, 3 to 4 hours long. In fact, I've noticed that the shorter ones do tend to have lower overall viewership, even once time is sort of taken into account. And so it may be that there is a preference for the marathon length ones. I will admit that one of the things I've been toying with has been to do more 20-minute videos and just sort of release them into at a fairly decent clip. So the idea here would be that these are, because they're specific for YouTube, the one thing that I know everybody really wants, and I've been very bad at getting on top of, despite some very kind volunteer work from some people to give me a head start on the playlists. Because I would be uploading them directly to YouTube, these would already be within playlists. So my idea is that if you just want a short hit of Cultist Simulator, you can watch these 20-minute segments. And if you want a longer experience, then you just load it up in the, you just load up the playlist and it'll automatically go through things. I don't have any plans on monetizing the channel, so if you're seeing ads, I haven't put them there. And feel free to use any ad blockers or that. The only place I really cover my costs for this would be through purchases through affiliate links, direct donations, which is always the best way to maximize the amount that the content creator gets. And then, of course, subscriptions through Twitch, which incidentally there is September right now. So if you're thinking about getting access to those emotes, feel free to get it at a discount. But please don't feel obligated to do so. In any case, that turned into an advertisement where what I really wanted the call to action to be is I would love some feedback as to the best way to present Cultist Simulator to a YouTube-specific audience. If shorter videos would work better for you, if you prefer the long form because it's nice to put it on in the background. I might even experiment with doing different ones, but these will be pre-recorded videos. There'll be a little bit less of the crosstalk with chat and responding to things inside of chat, but I will still retain my whole sort of explaining what I'm doing. And I do have a couple of more gimmicky ideas in terms of what'll happen with the game. I've definitely been sitting on a lot of ideas that I wanted to do while I was waiting for Exile to be released, and then Exile kind of stepped on a few of the ideas that I had, and so that all went back on the shelf. But I haven't lost it. I actually have a notebook full of stuff that I thought would work well for Cultist Simulator, and so I'm not really short on ideas. It's really just time. So let's take a quick look, because I believe there was a new update for this 2026 B1 Irizen's Book of Gold, or why I don't usually put patches out Friday. Oh no. Looks like this is still the same one. I believe there's a patch coming out for the formal workshop support, like not just beta support, but Steam. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a Steam workshop patch coming in at some point. All right, I have given people enough time to come in. Hello to those of you who have crept into the channel. Let's start with our usual who is responsible. So, design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan. UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar, who I believe actually did a follow-up to his recent itch release with sort of a, I don't know if it's a sequel or a prequel, but I believe he's Sharkbomb on Twitch. Anyways, his main game that sort of I think got him the job on this, but the thing that was also sort of a bigger release for him was Nowhere Prophet, which is published by No More Robots now. Very much worth checking out if you like sort of FTL-style games. Art by Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Sarah Gordon. I noticed that at the Church of Merch, in addition to the Tarot deck, which I don't know if there's any copies left, I'm going to guess that thing probably sells out quite rapidly. There is a playing card deck now, which looks very handsome, but I'm trying to cut down on costs, so I may not be emptying my wallet for that one. The lovely music you're listening to is by Maribeth Sullivan, Brent Barkman, and Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. Again, this is available independently from the game on Steam, but I am a very happy Apple Music subscriber, and I've got access to that. Of course, also through like a perpetual edition, or no, did it come through the perpetual? Anyways, I got a copy of the soundtrack anyway, but it's very much it's a wonderful soundtrack. I have no idea whether or not people really do buy the soundtrack on its own without liking the game, but if you happen to like the sounds, actually, yeah, this would be it. If you like watching these videos, you have no intention of playing Cultist Simulator yourself, but you really just like having this on as background music, do consider getting the soundtrack. It's really good. Is this game that replayable, Chalk? I think so. So it depends on what your idea... So the question that Flobe, who is a streamer, I think currently on hiatus, asked is this game that replayable? And I mean, if you guys take a look at my videos, you can see that I have a lot of different Cultist Simulator. I have Cultist Simulator in some of its earliest iterations as well as some of the latest. I would say that the game is replayable across a few dimensions. So first of all, you will get... if you like the central premise of the game, you will have you'll have an experience that's fresh enough to do multiple playthroughs through each of the legacies. So you have sort of the defaults of the Aspirant, the first one you start with, Bright Young Thing, and the Physician. Now these will ultimately get you to the same endings, and so you might sort of consider them to be maybe not as varied as you would want, that in the end you sort of build your way up to the the final mark and ascension, and maybe that's not varied enough for you. You start really getting into some interesting and unique territory with the legacies that were added after release, either as DLC or free updates. So with that in mind, I believe there's the Detective Legacy, which was added after the initial release of the game. And then probably one of the more major additions would be the Apostle Legacy. So this is sort of the new game plus that when you complete one of the Ascension victories, you can play one of the followers of the character that ascended and sort of be the instrument through which they achieve sort of an even higher ascension. And I think that one is particularly interesting because in addition to the fact that you have sort of like the major victories for those playthroughs, I mean, it's also a nice continuation of your existing run. You face Long, and so I think there are 4 different Long that can come after you, each with sort of their own approaches and their own emphasis. And so if you want a more challenging experience, I believe the Weather Factory calls them winter players, that was probably one of the points where you really started to see some of the vistas open up in terms of Cultist Simulator, if you had just bought the base game. Now, of course, with the DLC, not only do you just get additional legacies, but you get additional ascensions. So the Dancer DLC introduced a Heart and a Moth ascension, in addition to other ones. So the Trophy Victor, that was the first Dancer DLC victory I got, although I didn't get the achievement for it because it was before it was released. And then in addition, you've got the Ghoul, so that's one where you play the medium, and that's more winter focused. And then the Priest, which is one that I think is an underrated DLC, that's a little bit more knock focused. But I would say probably the biggest difference... Well, you know what? Actually, I'd say even the Priest and the Ghoul, they definitely have different approaches about how you would achieve your ascension. So I think in that case, you still have new puzzles and whatnot. But the most important distinction that I would make would actually be the most recent DLC, and that's Exile, because Exile has a completely different tone. So for instance, if you thought that Cultist Simulator was an interesting idea, but you felt that sort of pushing that boulder up the mountain was a little bit too... like it was asking a little bit too much of you to get to that big ending, Exile might be a big appeal. Because what Exile does, Exile is not easier. Exile is actually very punishing at its start, but it fails you fast. And the neat thing is that, in my opinion at least, in Exile... once you get to a point where you're able to sort of get past the initial challenges, you've sort of hit this escape velocity where I think it's very credible that you're going to win. And if for whatever reason, it's never guaranteed, because that's not fun. But in my view, once you hit that escape velocity, it's one of these, they got me. I really thought I had it this time. But it's, you pat each other on the back and say good game after you've been completely annihilated by your pursuer. It's one of these ones where you feel like, you can't feel like you were hard done by. Whereas, let's say in the base game for Cultist Simulator, if we're at the point where I'm at on this run now, and I wind up falling to despair, let's say, I would really feel like a lot of my time was sort of wasted to run into sort of an ending, which really is one of these things you associate with first playthroughs. So I think it's replayable across those 2 dimensions. And then finally, it's replayable in the same sense that most games are replayable, which is most games will present you with a lot of achievements. Exceptions to that might be something like the Beginner's Guide, or maybe Telltale games have branching narratives, so you can still go. But if you're a bit of an achievement hunter, there's definitely some stuff to sort of go running through. But there is one other thing to keep in mind. Like, I don't want to oversell the game. It is not a game that I necessarily got a press key for. It's a game that I supported from Kickstarter really early on. In fact, I think I might have even played it before the Kickstarter. But the big thing to say too is that there's two influences. So I wouldn't play the game if I didn't enjoy it, but it is fair to say that I play the game sort of the amount that I excuse me, the amount that I do because there's an audience for it. And so I don't really think I would ever play a game that I'm not interested in the name of, of trying to chase like a view or something like that. It depends, right? Because I would like to grow the channel, and I know digressions like this sometimes hurt it, or playing niche games sometimes hurts that. But the fact of the matter is that Cultist Simulator doesn't just have a ready audience, at least in terms of sort of my lower standards, but it's actually generally quite a pleasant audience. The remarks that I tend to get, by and large, are very encouraging. And there is something to be said for wanting to continue to participate in something that has a positive attitude and a community that is supportive. Or at the very least, if they don't like my stuff, it doesn't tend to take the form of a letter of protest in the comments section, which I suppose people can do, but it doesn't really, the feedback, the information to abuse ratio of negative feedback on YouTube and Twitter to some extent tends to be quite low, and so it's worth reading. But it's sometimes hard to get the information out of it, and so that's another reason why Cultist is so appealing. That doesn't necessarily have something to do with its replayability, but that's probably more of an answer than you bargained for, Flo. But I think you've been around here long enough to know that's how I do things. All right, audio by Sound Cuts, additional cut. By the way, I remember when the audio was first added in, and it really sold me. I like all the little clicks and shuffle sounds and whatnot in the game. I still do. Additional coding by Chris Payne, Fraser McCormick, and Mark Gagne, also known as Lyra Zider, and Hannah Rose. Mark does occasionally stream. I haven't seen him recently, but he uses his username, and then Hannah Rose has continued to impress. I don't recall what she's worked on recently, but she's been putting out a bunch of really neat shader stuff, which I always like watching. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan. We've been getting a chance to see a little bit more of that on this playthrough, I think. Additional design by Callan Porter, and additional marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey, who I think might be with No More Robots now, or possibly Raw Fury. I can't remember which, but Chinese localization by Project Gutenberg, with all due respect to the specialized names, which I'll be skipping over. Same with Russian localization, and the original special thanks Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, who's currently working at Mediatonic, which made a game, little indie that maybe you've heard of, called Fall Guys, and of course literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. Let's jump back in. Actually, maybe one other consideration I should mention too, Flob, is that my experience with Cultist Simulator is also something of a unique one, in the sense that when I started the game playing the early alpha, and so I got to see the game change over time as a result of just the development. But it's also worth mentioning that in that context, the game itself has sort of had additions and changes as the new DLC has been added. And so to me, part of the experience of playing Cultist Simulator is to see the small adjustments that they've made to certain features. So like, for instance, expeditions work completely different from the way that they did originally. Research, again, a very substantial change. Temporary headquarters, I suspect, was probably the name of an asset which was intended to be temporary, as opposed to implying this headquarters that will eventually be changed by you, the player. I think it was headquarters that will be changed by you, by the developer. And it's a little bit harder to say that aspect of replayability is necessarily there. I think Weather Factory is probably focusing more on Book of Hours, although of course, Exile was maybe a little bit of a surprise. And so, with that in mind, it's kind of a your mileage may vary prospect. I don't necessarily want my enthusiasm for the game or my experience of playing through certain things to sort of be general. Obviously, playing a game when it first releases and seeing it develop over time is very different from being able to sort of play the latest version. This is, of course, why sometimes buying a game on a discount, that can be really good because you get the best version of the game. But if it's something that you're a super fan of, sometimes that isn't always the best because you miss out on that process of seeing the game grow and change. Okay. So I think we started, we're looking for a location. So we were preserving the Callagine and the, Raw Prophet. I kind of wolfed down dinner, so I'm going to be having hiccups and possibly some belches over the course of the stream. We got rid of a Despair. Looks like I'm going to have to dedicate some passion to Rhaenyra. I do have Deep Mandiac, so actually, yeah. Let's start with our Transation. I'm not quite sure why I left that open, but it's easy enough to fix. I am also thinking about. So I know what the standard I want to win the game setup is, which is to keep a decrepitude so you can generate an emergency despair. And every time I do a playthrough and, I don't have a decrepitude on the table, there's always a couple of people who are like, well, you can get a decrepitude on it. And the thing is that I can't really think story-wise why I would want to keep a decrepitude. Maybe it's a badass scar that you have and impress people. Rhaenyra really likes the scar, so I'm gonna keep it or something like that. I understand that it makes the game easier, but I don't necessarily think it's the sort of thing that, for a lot of the people that I'm playing, I have a justification for. And in fact, in my view, there's just something really cool about going that extra step and using the knowledge, the arcane knowledge that you've gotten to do sort of these supernatural things like heal yourself through unnatural ways. So I'll probably wind up doing that. Although I'm in a little bit of trouble in that respect because, of course, I'm working at Glover and Glover, and they're going to want me to keep scandal free. But I have a few ways of working with that anyway. So, the plan for tonight. Before anything else, I will get rid of I will translate the books. So we've got the Book of the Extinguished Heart, a Book of Melancholy Prophecy. Presumably, this is going to get me some winter lore. Or not winter lore. Yeah, it's pretty obvious it'll get me winter lore. It'll probably wind up producing some dread. Lock the study door. Lock the study door, the work begins. I'm going to need to juggle my board seat at Glover and Glover with my desire to go on expeditions. And so that's going to I remember why I kept the study verb open, because I was thinking of putting some passion in and upgrading another unresolved ambiguity so that I could get another Port Noon location. Although there's less of a reason for me to stack those up because I need to deal with notoriety. So yeah, I'll be sure to, I'm going to have to sort of mind my manners as far as working at Glover and Glover is concerned, and going to things like the Ecdysis Club or going on expeditions to avoid notoriety. Likewise, if I want to heal my decrepitude, I need to make sure that I'm not at Glover and Glover. Though that's a bit easier because, of course, I would need to do a ritual in order to get rid of the decrepitude. And so it's less worrisome. And then at some point, this is again just for sort of story reasons, I don't like the idea of having broken mirrors hanging around. We have the Frangiclave, so I don't need it to go through the Peacock store, but it's nice to have proper things. So I'll do some more commissions. I'll make sure that Valsine repairs. I know Valsine is not the only one who can do it, but Valsine has been my designated repair woman. But we'll repair the mirrors so that we can just have a house full of pretty things. But none of that's going to happen if I don't unpause the game. So let's move on. And the main aim here really is going to be about getting those last few, getting some rituals, getting the marks. At some point, I am going to have to start eating people, but no need to be reckless about it. I also believe the Chalice Murmurous would be best. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But I sit where the other directors, with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and financial concerns. So, the question is, do I have enough time? No, I don't. So what I was thinking of doing was getting rid of the decrepitude now. What I need to keep in mind is that there is the time to do the ritual, and then the time it will take for me to get rid of the notoriety. And that has to happen within 100 seconds. And of course, 60 of those are accounted for from the decrepitude. So essentially what I need to do is make sure I have the talk verb ready to go with someone like Clovette, so that when the notoriety is generated, it's the only thing that gets picked up right away. So for now, I'm just going to keep working at G&G. The sun still moves, the wind still walks, my journals are the labyrinth clue. Alright, so let's go back through the Peacock Door. In my dreams, I know the way to the through the glass garden to the Peacock's Door, the most admirable of doors, the door which shines like a mirror. Perhaps, with the right resources, I can pass it. A tuning fork animates the key in my hand. The Peacock's Door groans in response. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. So the Callagine only has 17 seconds left on it, so we are gonna run this through one more time while we wait for the Port Noon location to go. There is a little bit of a dance that needs to happen with these locations as well, because if I don't... oh, you know what? Seeing as I'm going to be generating some contentment now may not be a bad time, or potential contentment. Liaison the imperatives of delight. My lover's experiments in pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. So, my hope is to generate some contentment out of that. That will allow me to get the benefit from reading the book right away, and if it does generate some dread, then I can just nullify that through the... Season of Visions is coming up, so I think I can afford to risk reading of the Book of the Extinguished Heart. In the days of the Shadowless Kings, Ennius Lazuli was executed for prophesying the division of the sun. If any of his captors grew long, they probably feel abashed now. So, Lazuli indicates that the sun will be divided in the Mallory by the Forge of Days, armed with the love in her heart. And we've got Fort Garrick. 300 years ago, a rapacious empire claimed an island ripe with tourmalines. Neither the empire nor the island are mentioned in any reputable history, but the governor's fortress remains. Perhaps his treasures remain. For that matter, perhaps he does too. So we will head out on an expedition when I can. I think I'm just going to leave the expedition, or the explore verb, open. Again, because the Callagine is so close to expiring. However, I am going to try and get rid of the decrepitude pretty much right away once the talk verb becomes available, because it'll be the mystique won't be something that Clovette picks up. Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be the brisk, hushed administrators and clerks, but I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and other financial concerns. Scandal and financial concerns. Scandals aren't necessarily financial concerns, but they may be correlated. All right. So, I need to remember how to fix my health. I don't necessarily mind giving up some of these, like, so I have duplicates of certain items, so it wouldn't hurt to give them up if they're available. Let's start. I'm going to start with the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow, not necessarily because I want to sacrifice a particular kind of lore, but I would have to assume that heart is one of the components. So heart is the aspect of preservation, but also ceaseless motion. If I add knock, I might be able to attempt a summoning. Well, I don't want to do that. Now, winter seems like that would be a bit of a weird combo. No. So what else would be about restoration? Possibly Grail. No. I'm so ashamed that I don't remember this anymore. Okay, I kind of thought Moth when I first... Oh no, wait, Forge, of course. It also occurred to me that it's probably not going to tell me the exact combination until I put them all together. I shouldn't be adding the same thing. There we go. Forge's Redemption Minor. The Forge of Days destroys and renews. If I invoke it with the Grail to renew my failing flesh and forbidden magics, you are calling only a minor degree of Forge, and this will often fail. Increase your Forge to at least 10 to improve your chances further. Okay. So, with that in mind, if I were to do, say... the Rite of the Sea's Feasting. So I'd be able to add the Bitter Black Salts. I could then add the Formula Fissive and a oh, that's right, I can't add the Cyprian, but I could add the Hallowed Polos. There we go. The Forge of Days destroys and renews. If I invoke it with the Grail to renew my failing flesh with forbidden magics... let me try that again. The Forge of Days destroys and renews. If I invoke it with the Grail to renew my failing flesh... I will invoke it with the Grail to renew my failing flesh with forbidden magics. You're calling on a major degree of Forge, so the Rite will probably succeed. Increase your Forge to at least 15 to improve your chances further. That's so upsetting that I'm that close. There are other ways that I can do this. So we will add the Amaranthine Nectar. So then we add the Malleus Imperative and the Formula Fissive, which will bring me 18 Forge. There we go, a Grand Forge Redemption. The Forge of Days destroys and renews. I will invoke it with Grail to renew my failing flesh with forbidden magics. You are calling on a grand degree of Forge, and this will almost certainly succeed, but there are always risks. Okay, so we're going to do that. We got 15 seconds to wait for the expedition to start. I might be a little bit off on that timing, but we'll see. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I will carry her with me for days. So, we've got... where is it? A pleasant memory. So this is nice if we do generate the dread from reading the Book of the Extinguished Heart. This contentment may not be available, or no, it's 30 seconds before we get the effect, so we should still be able to work with that. But again, what I'm really looking to do here is to get Clovette on the Charm Offensive as quickly as possible. And I remember at the end of the broadcast I said I was going to work on one or the other. So actually there was a really interesting comment that came up on YouTube. I apologize for not recalling the commenter's name, but if you're watching, thank you for giving me something to provoke discussion. So I don't actually know 100% how the random draws on the Mansis work. So in the interest of the fact that so this is my old like being a TA thing going through, which is if one person is asking, you sort of know that there's probably 10 other people in the classroom who are thinking the same thing. So here are the things that I do know about the Mansis, which is, you always get to see one card at the start, and then you have to pick between one of the two. There will only be certain cards that show up in the wood or the well or the Temple of the Wheel. So, for instance, I don't believe you will ever see heart influence come from the Red Church, the Worm Museum, or the Peacock Door. In addition, I do not believe the Worm Museum will ever generate fascination. So one thing to keep in mind, so, actually a really good example here. Oh my God, I've got a hunter on their way to capturing me. They've got damning evidence. What am I going to do? Well, this would imply you probably stop by the Lodge of the Sage Knight or the Red Church. Your chances of getting a favor from authority are not great, but not impossible either. Oh God, I've got, 2 levels of fascination. Should I go into the Mansis? Well, definitely don't go to the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight, because you know that fascination might be something that comes out of that. However, the Worm Museum, the worst that can happen to you is you not get a dread. But what you might wind up with is a Vagabond's Map, which is a pretty decent bit of secret histories. So I haven't been able to come up with a fully deterministic view of what happens inside of the Mansis, but I have a broad idea of what goes in there. Now, every once in a while, I treat the Mansis as if it's governed by a certain set of rules. So, for instance, one hypothesis I've been running with right now is that the Vagabond's Map when it appears, it alternates between the Worm Museum and the Red Church. And so if I can remember which one the Vagabond's Map was in previously, I may not be guaranteed to get it each time, because it may not appear behind one of the doors. But for the last few runs, it seems to have been that it appears in the Red Church, then it appears in the Worm Museum, then it appears in the Red Church again. The best way to sort of divest myself of that hypothesis is to have a case where I say, I know it appeared at the Red Church last time, I'm going to the Worm Museum, and I see it appear in the Red Church again. Then that just means that I happen to have a particularly lucky run of setups. Now, the reason why I do it that way is that the ultimate cost to me is 0. Like, if all of this is truly random, then in the end, I'm just kind of developing some sort of a system that's not necessarily going to be any more harmful than picking one over the other. Obviously, I know that despair is potentially higher in the Worm Museum, and so I want to keep that in mind. But in the end, like, if it's really truly random, then I'm not doing anything to hurt my chances of getting the Vagabond's Map by pretending that it's alternating, because it's always going to be the same chance. But with that in mind, there have been some cases where we've had a fairly decent run of sort of predicting, all right, so this one appeared at the Stag Door, and so it's likely that there's going to be, the Winter Lore over here, so I'm going to pick up the Painted River, or I think the Painted River is going to be Fascination this time, and I move up here. And the big thing is that because my memory isn't great, it's been imperfect, but there have definitely been the times where I think to myself, I know this thing is going to happen, and it's turned out, which of course means that I'm probably falling to confirmation bias. And then some other ones where I'm like, I think this might have been it, but I'm not 100% sure. And those are the ones where sort of the hypothesis has been a little bit, it hasn't worked out, but it's like, well, maybe I'm just not recollecting correctly. So for instance, here, I'm going to make a guess on one or the other. I'll try the Worm Museum, even though it does have the thread of dread. And then we'll, if there's a Vagabond's Map, we'll see what comes up. And then from there, I'm going to be able to sort of build up the idea. If there is sort of a more systematic way, it's definitely different for each of the regions. So I seem, for whatever reason, to have had an easier time with the Stag Door rather than the White Door in the Wood, but it's also possibly because I go to the Stag Door a whole lot more. Anyways, that was really long. Let's just go to the Worm Museum. Hey, Vagabond's Map. So if I really want to, I can check the last VOD and see. So here's the idea. This seems to have worked for me so far. It's better than any of the others. So that means I'll go to the Red Church a few times unless I'm really worried about fascination. If it turns out that I do these runs and for one reason or another, the Vagabond's Map shows up at the Worm Museum again, then I know that there's more to the story than what I've seen before. And again, there could be anything that affects it. It could be the season that affects it. I don't know. But right now, this is something that has worked out for me reasonably well, and I'm going to continue behaving as if it does until I get a reason to disbelieve it. The size of the mantis is negotiable, and so last night in the Worm Museum, I saw one of the worms who took Vienna, caged next to a worm taken from the soul of a child. In dreams, they are more visible than waking, smooth and dark as jewels. The walls bear stories of the First and Second Worm Wars. Third is too recent to have passed into the histories. And for that we got the Vagabond's map. The Vagabond is the 1 hour who can never enter the mantis, but she goes everywhere else. And, if you believe her boasts, she's the only one who knows all the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. So if you guys will give me a second here, it's been a really, really hard couple of weeks. And my sleeping patterns haven't necessarily improved. And even though I got a better sleep tonight, or last night rather, I'm still feeling really not great. So I have some tea here. I'm just going to have like a big drink of tea to hopefully just kind of shock myself back. I'm going to do my best to push this through. And I don't know how apparent it is because I still lose my train of thought all the time while I'm broadcasting. But I'm just going to take I know I had a big rant, and so it's bad to not get on with it immediately afterwards. I'm just going to take a quick second for some refreshment so I can hopefully jolt myself awake. Also probably means an hour from now I'm going to need a bathroom break. All right. And of course, I don't need to worry about Dread. So there's sort of a side of me that says, well, maybe I should just go straight through the Peacock Door again. But of course, we're thinking that there might be Dread that comes from the Book of the Extinguished Heart. And so I'll wait to see whether or not I can use this contentment before I do that. All right, expedition time. So here we're going to go through Fort Garrick. Again, I need to be a little bit careful in terms of how I time my work relative to the obstacles in terms of the expedition. I believe there's long, or are there long here? I don't remember. It'll probably indicate it in the read. Crumbling sandstone fortress broods over an empty bay. At night the dead walk. By day they lie in wait. In a sealed vault, the old governor's hoard awaits its plunder. Expeditions need at least 1 funds per obstacle. Followers will defeat obstacles. If you run out of funds or followers, the expedition ends. All right. So it seems to me that we're probably going to need some winter before the end of this, but the big trick here is just to be able to keep an eye on what's coming up so that I make sure everybody's in place, but also that I do my timings correctly to make sure that I don't generate a notoriety while I'm working my board seat. So, in order to deal with the notoriety, and this is of course going to be the notoriety that comes from supernatural healing, we're going to discuss occult business with a follower, significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Add your cult to send them out on cult business, send them after enemies, or raise another matter. Not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our disciple can probably smooth them over. Hey, Spruce Weber. Yep, I'm always on Cultist on Wednesdays. If we finish it tonight, then next Wednesday we won't be back to Cultist just because I won't be streaming. That will be I'll be participating in a local virtual game developer meetup. But it's been Cultist Simulator for Wednesdays, and then when this run finishes, I'm going to be transitioning Cultist Simulator into more VOD focus on YouTube. So there'll still be Cultist content. It'll just be in a different spot, and then my Wednesday and Friday will become available. But of course, that goes both ways too, which means that when I'm on Cultist, that means that there'll be multiple days of Cultist inside of a week. And of course, when Book of Hours comes out, there will probably be more than 2 days of Book of Hours. I believe it's a sure thing that it's being made, but of course rely on Weather Factory for those updates rather than me. Great to see you though, Spruce Weber. So, Love will not be the cause of the sun's death, but rather envy. Envy will not be the cause of the sun's death, but rather thirst. Thirst shall not be the cause of death, but curiosity. Curiosity shall not be his end, rather it will be love. Excellent. So we've got the rite intercalate. This rite recapitulates the sun's abominable fate. It is used in extreme times by foolish adepts. And I am just such an adept. Now, this may not necessarily be on brand in terms of a Grail ascension, but I have. This was one of the important components that I needed. Let's move my library of rituals. And we've got the division of the names, which is a new bit of winter lore for me. When the sun in splendor was divided, its names fractured too. Here are the shards of their names, which were once whole. Use this in a rite with martensite paste and an assistant dedicated to knock, or in other resources of equal power to summon a maid in the mirror. All right. So study-wise, first off, let's get rid of the dread. I remember that I was different before. So I could try and study the Book of the White Cat. That would almost certainly get me better heart lore. What I'm potentially passing up is... No, actually, this will work out for me rather well. So what I'm going to do here is I will translate the Book of the White Cat, which I think there was a recent story about the Book of the White Cat being something related to family. I'm going to have to find the details on that again. So I'm going to translate and study this. I'm going to turn in the commissions. Now, I'm not going to turn them in right away because I don't want to generate mystique, which will potentially get in the way of any notoriety that I want to nullify. So I have two notoriety that I want to get rid of. I want to get rid of the one where I'm restoring from decrepitude, but I'm also going to have notoriety that comes from the expedition, which I want to get rid of. Handing these in might give me some erudition and glimmering. And if that happens, I can use that to upgrade Unresolved Ambiguities into new Vagabonds maps. All right, so with that in mind, we've got Frisian somewhere here. Stories brought by Penelope of Gordian to a blind white cat. Lock the study door, the work begins. The tea didn't quite have the effect I was hoping for, but all right, let's see what we're up against. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So this will almost certainly need Forge. Yeah, so Heart or Forge to survive. I'm assuming the Heart is because of the association with the sea. These guys will almost certainly want Winter. Not all the dead rest easy. These ones dislike our intrusion. We can prevail against them with Edge, or they may obey one who comes in the name of Winter. And finally, a warded door. An engineer or an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Use Forge or Knock to defeat it. So of course we've got two tasks that require Forge. This is good news for me because this means that I can add Valsine, Laidlaw, or Tristan as an assistant to overcome two of these obstacles. That means when the obstacle comes up, I can add them right away and I don't lose anything. If for whatever reason the Fretful Dead appear, the best I can do is add a 5 strength Winter Disciple, which is to say I don't have very many good options. And so far we've been able to... I mean, Violence obviously has, a little bit of flexibility in terms of... So I'm not entirely sure some of the ways I've gotten through this stuff entirely counts as being non-violent, but we haven't been bashing through stuff with Edge up to this point. And that was sort of going to be the big turning point for Paul Samuelson, which is once we start, you can't do the Grail Ascension without taking lives. So that's supposed to be kind of the big dramatic climax. And so in this particular case here, I would like to have Winter lore just to kind of keep consistent. Now again, I always sort of find it interesting in these kinds of games. What do you do when the chips are down, right? This is almost like going back to the first book of the Republic. Is it is it really that much better if, you're hated and nobody appreciates your virtue? Are you really that much happier seeing the guy who lies and cheats and everybody thinks is virtuous but is actually secretly a jerk? Go ahead and try and tell me that this person's actually happy. This is always kind of fun in a narrative game to see whether or not your character's the sort of person who will stick to their guns, or if they'll sort of cave to necessity. But so far as we go through, Paul Samuelson has relied on his wits and the power of his followers rather than brute force. Accepting, of course, that taking out a door with knock is definitely a brute force approach. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that, and sadly the fleeting reminiscence will vanish. So that's what I get for not being a little more on the ball. I have been renewed with flame, tempered with blood. My flesh is strong again, but the forge's radiance has dazzled my soul, and people will talk. Decrepitude has been transformed back to health, but you've gained fascination and notoriety. I definitely forgot about the fascination, but I'm happy to have the health back. Now, I don't really see a way where I don't get into trouble at Glover and Glover now, because we still have 14 seconds before the notoriety gets picked up, and I'm pretty sure it's going to take more than 30 to carry on. But I can't do the I can't do the boards. Oh, actually. Oh, great. So this will be an interesting experiment, actually, to see whether or not the magnets compete with one another. They do not. Now, of course, I'm in trouble if this doesn't work, but earnest speech is affable conversation. The standards of daylight society cannot apply to us, but perhaps we won't emphasize that point. Perhaps we'll rely on charm and good humor. I have supplied elegant platitudes about the high principles of our organization. The sailor's strength, we are practical souls, strong and forged. We'll probably be fine. Well, I don't want probably anywhere near this expedition, so we'll put Laidlaw in. The sailor's surety. Our forge skills represent plenty of expertise. We will almost certainly make it through. So I believe this is going to be another fascination that pops up. I have begun to notice colors in the world for which I have no name. Alright, yep, so we are now up to 2 fascination, which is a very dangerous state of affairs to be in. I'm trying to think of the best way for me to generate some dread or a fleeting reminiscence. I think pleasant memory is my best bet right now. Or just a trip to the Worm Museum. Ah, excellent. Clear my mind. The sun still moves, the wind still walks. My journals are the labyrinth clue, so that'll moderate the effects somewhat. I prepared the text for study. Stories brought to Penelope of Gordian by a blind white cat. So yes, we will dwell on a pleasant memory, the sweet stillness of a common understanding, a moment in winter light. And we'll read the Book of the White Cat right away. Actually, so there's a small chance it could generate fascination. I don't really associate fascination with heart, but you never know when you get to the higher level. Well, you know if you've got a really good memory, but the aviform hours, the crow, the laughing thrush, the dove, and the twin kites have been known to meet in the mountains north of Gordian, at a place called the Roost, to exchange gossip. Penelope indicates that mortals who hear their words directly are obliterated, but claims that her cat goes unnoticed and returns to her with rumors from the hour's meetings. Have you recorded an apostle run so far? I actually don't remember. Yes, Silvos, I did an apostle run on Steam, so that would have been one of the super long, like 7 or 8 hour streams. I'm trying to recall whether or not I did an apostle victory off stream, because it strikes me that the apostle is one that is difficult enough that I would need multiple runs, but I believe I did a lantern apostle run, and my achievements will probably confirm that. So Hairless and imperishable, rest of the forged victory, I will not grow old. Thine be the glory, I will walk behind the watchman, I will not grow old. So those are forge and lantern minor victories. Oh, wait a minute, because I started... Yeah, oh no! I completely forgot. It was a Grail Apostle victory. So I always keep talking about this too. So anybody who looks at my achievements is going to think I cheated because I have Eye the Feast. I was devoured, but another eye rose higher. So we did that. That was unlocked on April 11th, 2019. So that stream was over a year ago. Apostle and they okay, yeah. So it's a different one from what you I believe it's a different one. And I can't actually remember the names offhand. So yes, we completed that one in April. I don't think I've done another one. But of course I don't actually have a Grail win because the Apostle run was done on a special save that Weather Factory gave me for that Steam stream to sort of pick any of the others. Yeah, thank you. And then it was, I think Estuat is the Forge one if memory serves. But yeah, so I was given a special save for the purposes of doing that broadcast because obviously it sucks to do to show the new content on Steam, spend the whole time playing the base game, and then have 2 seconds where you're like, all right, now we're going to do the new content that was unlocked. I don't think anybody would really be happy with that. But again, the sharp-eyed, not that people spend their time looking at my achievements, but the sharp-eyed would point out that in a standard run, you can only access the major victories after getting a minor one. And so, assuming that I go for the Grail minor ascension here, I'll actually have it a year after I got the major one. But again, who cares, right? I need to sneeze, but I'll run through it as best as I can. Optimism is the spice which saves. All right, that is great news. So, of course, we're still going to have to wait. We're still going to have to dance around a little bit with the expedition. The ideal, of course, is that we work at Glover and Glover just before the notoriety pops up. But I haven't actually timed this stuff out in my head, and I should have. While we're waiting, let's talk to Madame Bichet about a commission. Again, we're not turning in the commissions until sort of the work is complete, or the expedition's complete rather. This might sustain me, so contentment, which won't do much, but a second fleeting reminiscence, which will help us out with our season of visions. Now we can afford to go back through the Peacock store. Well, actually, I technically can't because I might wind up with a fascination from the Red Church. I wasn't really thinking about that. I'm debating about whether or not I sending out Clovette isn't really going to accomplish anything right now. Although I can get Valsine to repair one of the mirrors. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from the scandal and financial concerns. So, it's about 30 seconds for each element. So wave lashed and sea spattered, sun scorched and salt stained, but still here. So 30 seconds to approach, 30 seconds to deal with it, 30 seconds to approach, 30 seconds to deal with it, 30 seconds for the treasure, and then 30 seconds for the final slot. So that's 108. So it's about 3 minutes worth of activity. And it takes 50 to go through. Cool. Okay. So basically I do a work at Glover and Glover I probably have a little bit of wriggle room when I'm on the second to last entry. So I think at this point we'll just add Eau Claire to get the winter that we need, and then I'll add an extra funds afterwards to finish off the job. We've got everything that we need for the expedition as far as forge and winter's concerned once we add Eau Claire. Okay, so I want to be careful about the dread, but other than that, we should be fine. That's, of course, going to make it particularly thorny when we get through the Peacock Door. I was a little reckless doing that, I think. The stories that Penelope claims as our gossip are fragmentary and confusing accounts of the contests where hope and dread and the Shadowless Empire are used as game pieces, agendas of ruin and remembrance from no known history. The most interesting element is the protective incantation she records at the end of the book, after she worries that the Hours might in fact learn of her spying. So we've got the Velvet Charm. The Velvet always answers no, but we can shelter in that no like beasts in the crook of a tree. And we're moving on our way up. Now again, because I'm a little neurotic and I want to keep all of my lore, the only one that... Actually, you know what? I don't think we have anything that we can advance to the top level. I can upgrade the Centipede Testament. Like on its own. We've already got the better edge, but even if I took the Watchman's Secret, I could turn that into a 3. No, it would be the Unmerciful Mantra. So we turn that into a Fenian Invocation, then we turn that into the Formula Concursate, but then we get the Mantra of the Ascent. We only have 2 of those, so I would lose them to upgrade those. It's rare to hear you speak of exact timing. How come did I do the time? You just joined the stream. So the reason why... also, hi, Zodaside. And hello to you as well, Ed Baver. So the reason why I'm talking about the precise timing is that I'm working at Glover & Glover and the board seat. So the thing about the board seat is that if you get, I believe, 2 scandals... you will lose that job permanently. You will no longer be able to work at Glover & Glover. So my high position now affords me some protection against scandal, but if the firm grows too concerned, I may be dismissed. And so one of the reasons why I'm focused very much on timing is that I have a way of annihilating notoriety, which is that's the thing that will be gobbled up by the scandal. The scandal slot when I'm working at Glover & Glover. Now I know I generate notoriety from the expedition, so the thing that I want to do is I want to be able to work at Glover & Glover to generate money, as well as to be able to, to kind of keep the thing, keep the cooldown for the, the trouble at work at bay. But given the fact that it takes 50 seconds to work, that's going to be a 50-second window where I do not want to be generating any notoriety. Knowing that this does generate notoriety and that ultimately I do still want to be going on expeditions, what I need to do is make sure that I have a somewhat credible timeline in which I know that I'm going to be generating the notoriety. I can get a Heart Disciple ready to sort of deliver the platitudes about our organization. And still have enough sort of cooldown on the Glover & Glover slots that I know I'm not going to lose my job just because of unfortunate timing or something like that. Now again, it's a lot more forgiving than I'm making it sound like, but the idea here is that if I treat it like I only get one now, then that just gives me enough time to experiment. And if I miss some of my timings or I make a mistake, it's not fatal, but it gives me the chance to sort of refine my approach a little bit. Now we're going to be upgrading the Vagabond's map. So one of the ways we can wind up with erudition and glimmering is to turn in these commissions. The reason I'm not doing that right now is I don't want to generate the mystique that will get in the way of my ability to eliminate the notoriety, and so we'll do it the hard way, and we'll just study passion and reason. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. All right, well, it already says fascination here. So we found the Vagabond map in the War Museum. So here we're going to go to the Red Church. I don't know if you ever get double fascination as a result of this. All right, so again, our hypothesis about alternating between the Red Church and Worm Museum seems to be bearing out again. The vagabond is the 1 hour who can never enter the mansis, but she goes everywhere else, and if you believe her boast, she's the only one who knows all the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass and shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. The night the names of the Grail gathered to speak... that night, the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, save between man and man, or woman and woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a thirstily lamented. Then they fell to gossiping of the long in the house of Leith, and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. So, when I have a glimmering and not glimmering, I don't want a fascination. If I have a glimmering and an erudition, I can combine these two vagabond maps into another Port Noon anecdote, which will eventually become an expedition. And the thing is, Ed Baver, is that the game does not require you to be as neurotic about the timings as I am. It just happens to be that in this case, I want to try and every time I play this game, it's another chance for me to mess around with different approaches, different strategies. Part of it's telling a certain story, but the other part of it might just be, trying to I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, like trying to either see how, maybe not how it was meant to be played, but see if there are particular ways that I can make the most out of some of my cultists. So in reality, I've actually generally let notoriety expire on its own, or I've dealt with the consequences of notoriety. And so that usually means I don't take the board seat, but the board seat actually lets me do more rituals and whatnot. And so this is the fun part of the game. This is where you get into the story again, right? You have achieved a certain degree of notoriety. You are a prominent person in society in the sense that you're on the board of Glover and Glover. And so, you have this really dark secret about yourself. You have this, this way of working, or this thing that if people knew about it, it would create problems for your employer and for you personally. So, this is, Elon Musk's Twitter habit, forcing him to sort of change the structure of some of the companies that he owns, due to the tangle with the SEC. Or, you have any number of examples. The Twitter habit is a very, deflationary view of Cultist Simulator, because I don't really think Twitter is as exciting as the Mansis. But you get the idea, right? If you were to find out, if you were to be this member of an occult secret society, something that there exists sort of the Suppression Bureau, this secret organization dedicated to sort of prosecuting the people who have this special knowledge. Being in a prominent place in society is a little incompatible with that, and so you want to. Part of it is just, well, I'm just going to, take the scandal. This is why I gave the Elon Musk example, right? Because his answer just seems to be to lean into the scandal and whatever. Whereas what I'm doing right now is I'm having this fun moment where I am achieving power in the material world, as well as using it as sort of this vehicle for my occult practices. But again, it's one of these things where I want to make sure that I'm not I'm not being found out. And so all of these mechanics are entirely about me making sure that, the secret occult books are tucked away inside of the financial reports, or, I don't, I hopefully don't see another board member at the Ecdysis Club or something like that. And again, it has nothing to do with... the game is always just going to be moving cards and reading text, but this is kind of the fun part of playing the game, right? In the back of my head, I'm thinking of, the smoky meeting rooms of high finance or whatever Glover and Glover is, because they're a little ambiguous as to exactly what kind of a workplace it is. But just the idea of me sort of skulking around. It's almost kind of like, except that I think in this case, Newton was probably a bit more, it was a little bit more permissible in his case. But, Newton doing alchemy while also being chair of mathematics at Cambridge. And this sort of idea of in between, the board meetings, I'm taking this, I'm taking some of the money that I got, and using it to send my people out to find arcane tomes that I'll be translating in private. It's just kind of a fun thought to have in the back of my head. A tuning fork hum animates the key in my hand. The peacock's door groans in response. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. All right, so I've got 13 seconds. So there's 30, then another minute. So I've still got 2.5 minutes. So this will take... I can probably get away with 2 more of these and still have the flexibility that I wanted. If I get it wrong, then I have a really long wait for my for the trouble at Glover and Glover, so I need to keep that in mind. My follower is at work on the mirror. So this fleeting reminiscence should still be picked up in time. If not, we'll get it from the dread. Visions abate. The solidity of everyday banishes phantoms. I tether myself to the everyday. Each fleeting memory quells one fascination. We just got another fleeting reminiscence anyway. Exotic cravings. What hungers drive us? So I still don't have any bodies for the mark. I should probably start working on that when the time comes. But again, we've got the Chalice Murmurous. We've got the top level Grail lore to get still. So the mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. So here I'm going to leave the talk verb open. If I go too early, then I'm not going to have enough time for the notoriety to get picked up by from the expedition. So if I go too early, then I waste Clovette, and we wind up with a longer period where the notoriety is hanging out on the table. If I go too late, then there's the longer time that I need to delay my my time at Glover and Glover. So we'll wait a little bit. I love the game. You just couldn't play it yourself, you suspect. Well, I mean, everybody has different tastes of games, right? There's definitely a number of games which I play where I know people enjoy watching the game being played as opposed to necessarily want to participate themselves. And I think that's I mean, this is why broadcasting exists for a reason. And I also think to a certain extent it's why the developers that are... I mean, again, there's a question of timing, but some of the smarter developers in terms of how they do their Twitch outreach... and I mean, I suspect this is a question of scale. So, like, if you're a big publisher, you probably have enough weight that really you just look for sort of the largest number of followers and you send out those keys. But some of the indies... they are a little more aware of the fact that there is an entire genre of streaming that is more about people sort of living vicariously through the streamer. So they're watching for the personality, and at no point did they ever have an intention of buying the game that was on display. Even if it was a game that they really, really liked, it would be a game that, like, if that streamer were to continue streaming it, like, they would be watching every single day. And so this is why some developers have actually been quite smart about it and they've been able to sort of tailor their outreach in such a way that, I mean, one, you build a community, right? Because people who are still interested in your, in your stuff, it's not nothing that people are watching the game, right? That increases the placement on Twitch. There's a number of things that help the marketing. But I've noticed that there are a few developers that are actually quite clever in the way that they handle this, which is they look beyond just something like concurrent views or number of views on YouTube. And what they do is they take also a look at, how does this person stream the game? Like, do they communicate passion for it? One of the things that I'm actually personally worried about in terms of the streams that I do is I find it very easy to get enthusiastic about games. An example of 2 games that were very unpopular on release that I enjoyed playing on release, that I was given keys for on release, were Slain, which is now called Slain Back from Hell, and Imperator Rome. Now the thing is that, it's genuine enjoyment I'm getting out of it. But if somebody's making a purchase decision out of that, they don't like it as much as I do, I'll feel really bad about it. But with that in mind, it's kind of hard to say that people are necessarily watching me just because of, a top skill at a game, or it's not my winning personality or my green eyes and sexual charisma. It's there's probably a few different things that go on into that decision. And some of the developers that have sort of reached out for keys are somewhat aware of where streamers, and particularly smaller streamers like myself, exist inside of that ecosystem. And as a result, they've been able to translate that into not like, one, building a community for a game, but 2, also being able to sort of punch above their weight in terms of sales. Because essentially what they've done is they've fallen out of the trap that some indies do, which is to look at a key given for streaming as a lost sale, because it's entirely possible that the person who is streaming it would never have bought the game anyway. Although that's not really the way to think about it. I think the biggest thing is that if somebody's into streaming for keys, they'll probably not last very long in it. Because I don't I know in the States the minimum wages are a lot smaller, but to actually be able to build up a channel where it's not obvious that you're just someone trying to get something for resale, the fact of the matter is that the number of hours that I put into, and again, remembering that Cultist Simulator is a game I supported on Kickstarter, it's not one that I got a press key for. The amount of time that I spend on any given game that I'm given a key for, that amount of time being put towards my current job. In fact, even just going and working at a Starbucks, I would be able to make enough to buy the game and then have some extra left over. I think anybody who has the view that streamers do it so that they can get free keys are probably not thinking about what people's outside options are. But I do know, at least on the indie space, that is a genuine concern that people have. And obviously there are bad actors. There are clearly people who present themselves as streamers who ask for keys, and they have no intention of playing the game. It's either to collect the key, it's to get the game, or it's to sell the game. And that sucks because it makes it harder for the rest of us. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where the money flows like tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and financial concerns. So I'm going to take a second here. So we've got 22 seconds before... So there's the warded door, 30 seconds. Breaking the warded door, 30 seconds. Right, and then we still have another... So we still have 2 minutes. Well, I forgot if we did the Red Church or the Worm Museum last time. I'm going to do Worm Museum. I've seen too much. A nameless, gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes, an existential horror. I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings above it, but they've left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun. Those things are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mansus will be nowhere one day. I did Red Church. Thanks, Dreamslayer. The real problem I have is that I think most of the time when I go with what's in the back of my head, I tend to like have it right. Like intuition wise, I think I have a pretty good track record of it. But whenever I've been like working with this, because again, like it seems to be a fairly consistent relationship in terms of the alternation between the two parts. And again, I used to just skip the Worm Museum all the time because of the dread. I hate losing track of it because I'm too impatient to actually write down all of the combinations. I really should, but I've been spoiled enough. Like, I know just enough programming that most of the time that I need to do tests like that, I'm able to write a little script and just kind of, simulate it. And so, but that's kind of not the point of Cultist Simulator. Cultist Simulator, generally, you're supposed to play the game, not have a computer play the game for you. Will almost certainly shatter this warded door. All right, so health problems, I'll be able to work it out. My fluids thin, my flesh desiccates, my changes uncoil, my passions dim, I am becoming less than I want. Okay. So I'm gonna crash right back into Glover and Glover. The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, and a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. It occurred to me how clever it is that failing to feed your ascension actually takes glimmering instead of passion, because probably around I suspect the reason why it prioritizes the glimmering, assuming that it does and that wasn't just random chance, but of course the glimmering is most likely going to be the thing that you want to use to upgrade your Vagabond's maps. Clearly, if you care enough about the Ascension, or you're working towards the Ascension, you're going to be wanting to get higher level Secret Histories lore. And because the components are intuition, knowledge, and illumination, I suspect the reason it takes the glimmering away is it makes it that much harder for you to get your upgrades done. So it's a clever little touch if that was intentional. And most of the time, if something is clever in this game, it's usually because it was intentional. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. All doors must open, as all lives must end. This door found its end here today. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. Okay, so again, we're assuming that when a Vagabond's map appears, it'll be in the Worm Museum. Dread can't hurt you, right? I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings before it, but they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun. Those things are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, and the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mansus will be nowhere one day. Alright, so there are some things that I can do to try and get my... try and get some contentment, but I think what I will do, I will hold off on... I think I'll hold off on the... oh, this is going to gobble up my glimmering again. I think I'll hold off on my trips to the... through the Peacock door for now. If I wanted some fascination, I could of course try the Stag door, but that's not very likely. There is the possibility of the Ecdysis Club, except that my Explore is already already tied up, and I don't do drugs except in an emergency, so let's just we'll stay the course. I will be a little more cautious about the peacock door though. Treasures lie before us. So after this one, I believe we have exactly 1 minute. This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So, here's how I'm going to handle this. Now, where I'm sitting right now, so I have 100 seconds. No, damn it. Okay, so after 12 seconds, we'll get the text, and then 30 seconds after that, I think we get the items themselves. So I probably should have had Clovette working on this a little bit earlier. So the funny thing is, actually, I could have gotten away with the manual, the physical labor. Not everyone is sympathetic to our aims, but if we have problems with our reputation, our disciple can probably smooth them over. I could try painting, but then the whole point has been to not get reputation. So I suppose for lack of any better options, we'll still use Arms of Steel. And looks like we have a bit of danger coming up in the form of the dread, so I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So I'm actually going to study another passion. This is because I suspect the Glimmering is going to get taken up. The vault of Fort Garrick, a mosaic, has been laid out as a game board of stupendous size and complexity. A map of the Evening Isles, the sea tiles are lapis, the islands are nephrite and obsidian. There are toy ships and tin soldiers. The Isle of St. Thomas is sieged. Raven Isle is crowded with black chess queens. So if this dread can get picked up before the other, that'll make me really happy, but I don't think that's going to happen. Among the game pieces, items of true power have been used as temporary markers. Was it an attempt to hide them, or did the governor know nothing of their real worth? So thank you, Eau Claire. We've got the notoriety, which hopefully Clovette will be dealing with momentarily. Thank you, Violet. The Callaghane's almost certainly going to expire. In fact, I think we'll just accept that we're going to be on a break from expeditions for a little bit. So I have my deeds, my powers, my achievements. My deeds, my powers, and achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. It sounds like my book. The True Blood of Saint Januarius. The Thunderskin protected the one they call Januarius against the perils from every past. To this day, the blood keeps dancing. We have the Carcass Spark, a remnant of a greater radiance glowing softly as decay, just possibly a mote of the divided sun. And the Time of Division, in which Amira Zara prophesies the events later known as the Intercalate, when the hour called the Sun and Splendor will be divided. Now, ideally, I'll get this thing translated and read, because this is very likely the kind of book that will generate fascination. The catch, of course, is that in 11 seconds, one of these dread is going to be picked up, and then a minute from that, the next dread will be picked up. And so, as a consequence, I'm not going to be able to translate and read this in time. So, in order to try and deal with the dread, I'm going to take a trip to the Ecdysis Club. Now, this is not without peril, because if this generates notoriety, then this is going to mean that I need to spend extra time away from Glover and Glover, which I can't afford. But of course, the notoriety is just one of several outcomes. So, the entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and intercardinate. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imus noc teet consumi mur igni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arcing walls, the blue, smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. So we did get some contentment for that, which is good. I'll have to use the dream slot for it, but my strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. And I think I'm going to be able to afford another trip on that, so... I could, of course, try a ritual, but if I wind up with a restless spirit, again, we're in a bit of trouble. So we'll only have one dread empowering the despair, and then we will have the contentment in about 5 seconds. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. Knowing what I know now, I'm trying to think about whether or not it is worth going into the Mansis. Yes, it is. No, hang on. There's a very small chance that the dread gets sucked up before the contentment. So I will wait until we're sure that that this threat's no longer there. I've purchased pleasure. I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. So one of my quests is going to be to try and get some influence with which I can resummon a Callagine and a Raw Prophet, but we're okay. We're okay for now. I don't need to worry too much about these summonings because, of course, we still need to upgrade the Vagabonds map. Okay, working as intended. It's not guaranteed that this is going to work, and I'm probably going to have to go to Glover and Glover in anticipation of this working. But I feel moderately confident, let's say. I pass the time, I have been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So, given the fact that we're going to be contending a little bit with... oh, but you know what? I don't have the erudition. All right, I'll read what's to hand. So I'll worry about upgrading the Vagabonds map first, then we'll translate and read those books. It always really stresses me out to have two of these things not being used, but again, like what am I actually going to be using them for, right? My strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Okay, so optimism is the spice which saves. We're in good shape. We still keep our job at Glover and Glover. This means I'm not going to the Ecdysis Club because, of course, this can potentially generate notoriety, and I have the contentment that I need. I am, however, going to turn in these commissions. This generates Mystique, but Mystique isn't the worst thing in the world to generate now because I'm not going on any expeditions immediately. Receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So there's the erudition that I was trying to get. In fact, one other thing I might do is explore to find the streets strange by moonlight. I have what was requested. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. This is really just so I can get an influence that I can put into a summoning later. So again, the expectation is that in 2 seconds the contentment gets picked up. Receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So given that I don't have anything to do with the talk verb now, we're going to jump back into Valsine's repair duties. Again, this is purely for aesthetic reasons. There's no benefit to me actually... Well, there's a minor benefit to me repairing them, but not nothing I couldn't achieve through other means. All right, so again, there's always the danger that we generate undesirable effects from Street Strange by Moonlight, but I've got the time, so streets are strange and the hour called the Miniscate. So if I'm lucky, I'll get the knock. I'll get the knock influence. There might be other things that crop up. Actually, this is not so bad that I'm getting this Season of Suspicion right now because it just clears out. It just cleans out the mystique, and I don't need to really worry about the consequences so much. The words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little bit like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So the reason why we got these was to be able to double up our Vagabonds maps. Again, I'm sort of borrowing again. So as I say, just because I like the look of it, I kind of want to have one of each type of lore. I sometimes make the exception of not like getting the like if I'm missing stuff when I'm ready to do the Ascension, I'm not going to be like super strict about it. But I also don't want to like burn up lore that I have. So like the Formula Fissive will not be converted and produce a gap. But I'm not so strict on that I don't borrow against the card. So history is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. So the reason why I was studying for the erudition and the glimmering is because I have the library and the headquarters. So as long as I have these two, I'm guaranteed to upgrade my secret histories into the Port Noon anecdote. So I was debating about whether or not I wanted to do some painting now that I had Mystique, but the answer's kind of already been done for me. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk hush administrators and clerks. But I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and financial concerns. Okay, so I'm still going to leave Dream... Well, so now the question is, why do I want to leave Dream open? And the answer is I don't. I already know that even if I generate Dread, it's not going to affect me here. I will take a quick peek just to see what's coming up. So Season of Suspicion, that's not really anything I need to worry about right now. And I think I can get away going to Glover and Glover even if I get the influence. I did get the Subtle Fracture. Okay, so I have a minute. Excuse me. I have a minute to get this thing. Now, the threat always is that I have a rebellious spirit, but I'll live with what I've got right now. We'll leave the Explore verb alone for now. I don't really have anything that I need to get out of it. If I wanted to sell something, I could try that, but I don't really have any jumbles or books that I want to sell. Wisdom is a country, and these are its maps. Solve all the challenges on both fragments of lore to complete the research task. You can return to the task later if you fail. Alright, my follower needs a bronze Spintrea or better to complete their task. Memories of better times keep the wolf at the door. Each contentment destroys one dread. Also, I think I misplaced a, I misplaced a ritual. Okay, so we're gonna do, I usually do the sun, I don't know why I prefer the sunset rite over the rite of the, I think it's the rite of the sun's feasting is the other one. Or was it? No, rite of the map's edge is the one that takes. So, this one takes influence, rite of the map's edge also takes influence. The only difference is whether or not you use a follower or not. So this one is, the assistant must cry tears of genuine emotion which are asperged in the place where the influence lies. If all is done well, the sun in rags will consume the influence, acknowledging an ending, and lend its assistance. So, basically, I don't know if this is the kind of a consensus about this in terms of... Thanks, Ed Baver. I don't know if there's a consensus about this in terms of the people who generally play the game, but I feel like this is one of the reasons why I wish, the analytics for games are probably going to be very closely guarded data sets, assuming that developers even keep track of that stuff at all. So I'm fairly certain Cultist Simulator doesn't. But it would be really interesting to see. So one thing I'd love to see is how often certain rituals get used. My guess would be that the Sunset Rite and the Rite of the Map's Edge get used probably the most, and this is because influence is something that's fleeting. All the other rituals ask you to give up something permanent. Now, I mean, it's tricky to put that in really stark terms, right? Because obviously prisoners are temporary as well. And it does invite the question, like, do you really need 5 bitter black salts? This is why I was willing to give up the bitter black salts in order to do the restoration. But with that in mind, I kind of get the feeling that because influences specifically have a timer on them, that the Sunset Rite and the Rite at the Map's Edge tend to get used more than the other rituals, and I suspect the ritual that is used the least is the one that requires a follower, except of course in the case of summonings. In the case of summonings, it makes a hell of a lot of sense to use that one. But anyways, enough theory. Let's say I want a Callagine first. So I think it was Moth and Forge, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, clearly not. Oh, wait a minute. Moth and Grail for the... Sorry, I'm not thinking straight. It's Forge and Winter. Forge for the Smoky Spirit summoning, Winter for its binding. We must know who will rule it. Or it must know who will rule it. So again, we have a minute. If I fail, then I'm going to have some trouble at work. Okay. Okay, so the pattern seems to be keeping on. Size in the mantis is negotiable, and so last night in the Worm Museum I saw one of the worms who took Vienna, caged next to a worm taken from the soul of a child. In dreams they are more visible than waking, smooth and dark as jewels. The walls bear stories of the First and Second Worm Wars. The third is too recent to have passed into the histories. So I think I can afford to just go straight back in. Again, I'm not going to have any shortage of Vagabond's map. The more Vagabond's maps I can get, the fewer sort of upgrades I need to do. And as you can see through reading the sentimental literature or the whatever is to hand, it's preferable that I don't have to sort of manually achieve those improvements. So erudition for here. Again, we use the library when they want fascination. The mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. I do have another bronze spin tray. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I want to do with talk. Not until I have a summon. So in anticipation of the fact that I'm going to have fewer opportunities to use it, let's get the Cracked Wildering Mirror in Velsine's hands. And I might explore Strange by Moonlight in the future, but for now I'm gonna sit with what I've got. Aha, there it is. Is that it? You have resolved a knowledge challenge. Alright. So I've got 2 commissions that I can work on before too long. Rainier is going to want some attention. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew the a liaison. The imperatives of delight. My lover's experiments and pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. Okay, so we got lucky with the summon. I also got lucky in the fact that they want glimmering. I don't know if the order is set, but if they wanted the fascination, then we wouldn't have been able to finish this. So we will add the glimmering. We know we're going to have to add our headquarters afterwards. Not all of the Forge's children are bright. Its offcuts and its bastards gather in the bounds like hammer scale in the cracks of a smithy floor. Here comes one now. At the corners of the Forge, in the bounds of the Mantis, the glory's fire meets baser elements. Here is a cunning vapor to infect your enemy's dreams. So the reason why I'm hanging on to a Callagine is just because they're rather good for getting rid of evidence. And of course, sending off... It's not bad. I mean, I've got 3 Moth followers. Porter, Yzabet, and Sylvia are perfectly capable of destroying evidence, but they will only ever be 5, maybe 6 Moth if I give them the gift. And the Callagine is 8. So... Although I think really it takes 10 to make a meaningful difference. But again, it's the same reasoning that I gave when I was talking about the rituals. In the end, I'm much more willing to put things that are easily replaceable into danger rather than permanent things like followers. The hours of the working day wait in the ranks before me. I might just go home after lunch. Okay, so it'll be interesting to see if there's a Vagabond's map in the Red Church. There's a side of me that says it won't be, because there's an unresolved ambiguity in the Peacock Door, but this might just be my lack of memory as to a time when there were 2 secret histories on the board in the Peacock Door. So this, of course, means I might need to prepare for a fascination, but again, this is the risk you take when you go through the Peacock Door. I'll figure out how to deal with it if that's the case. All right. And Incardinance, the very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might bleed. This 15th Order influence, this might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So if I really wanted, I could get a Zeem out of this, but I'm probably going to wind up using this to get my raw profit. Because in 43 seconds, I'll have the work verb available, and whatever level of Grail this is by the time actually no, it'll still be top tier Grail. So just add a little Moth and Knock, and we're good to go. I might even use the Frangiclave because it's so diverse. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voice of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all the Impausi are women, might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of a father. Come closer, and we'll show you what we mean. All right, so of course, now that I didn't generate a fascination or a dread, we do have a Season of Visions coming up, so maybe I'll wait a few seconds before I use the dream verb again. I found someone who I might pay to enact regrettable necessities, add funds to hire them for a limited time. This wouldn't be terrible for getting some people to sacrifice to the Grail urges, but I believe it does generate notoriety now. So I don't want to risk my position. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I will carry her with me for days. So again, the contentment is not going to be a problem. But it's a bittersweet memory. So I suppose in the worst case scenario, we will be able to generate some dread to counteract the fascination. I'm still going to wait for the Season of Visions to start, because I don't see any reason to potentially create that threat. But I'd feel a little more comfortable going back into the Peacock Door, knowing that I sort of have an emotion packet to open if I need an emergency dread. In terms of an overall goal, so I do need to ultimately read these 2 books. But what I'm working on right now is just getting that expedition and the people who will be going on the expedition. So if it seems like I'm sort of spinning my wheels right now, there is a very specific design behind what I'm doing right now. Some of the things like the Wildering Mirror, that's just kind of, I'm doing this because I like to have nice shiny things. But in terms of the overall plan, I'm working towards getting the last few books that I don't have in my collection, reading them, getting the lore, and then sort of after I've exhausted those possibilities, maybe even a little bit before, I'll head to I'll start picking up some people for the Red Mark. Oh yes, I said I was going to go back to the Mantis now that the Season of Visions has started. Tuning fork hum animates the key in my hand. The Peacock Door groans in response. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. And so none of these are going to get me the bronze or silver Spintrea that I want. but that's life. Okay, so I said I was going to summon a raw prophet. I'm a man of my word. And let's get Enid to help out here. Grail for the raw prophet source and a little moth for its chaos addiction. Again, there's always the danger that it's a rebellious summon, so in that case we will have some trouble at Glover and Glover, but until that actually happens, I won't despair. It's a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. So we add the library. Here's what he needs. A substantial commission on Lantern. Okay, so substantial commission on Lantern is the first priority. Following that, we'll work on the Grail and the Heart. That's just to free up the slots. That's not because we want the Iron Spin Tray or anything. Probably just as well that I didn't risk the fascination, because we do have a Season of Despair immediately afterwards. That means unpacking the bittersweet memory will potentially create risks. You know what I hate about myself? I'm doubting again where I went. I think I'm still doing Red Church because I got the influence last time. All right, the nectar. When I visited the Red Church last night, they told me, between their clawings and their caresses, that the flower maker had visited but lately with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned in sodden sheets, with the amaranthine nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it, only a few drops, but it will be enough. And I think there's really no reason not to go straight back. Again, any Vagabonds maps I get save me the trouble of upgrading the unresolved ambiguities. It enters the world one limb at a time, questing like a serpent, cawing like a crow, throbbing like a vein. It will cuddle close against my leg if I let it, and afterwards I will have to dispose of my shoes. Yeah, like this is just it. Like, for the most part, it's just me being extra cautious, and part of that is because the conversation about patterns in the Mansis is sort of fresh in mind from the YouTube comments, and so because I'm a little self-conscious about that, I'm just sort of second-guessing myself. And again, as I mentioned, it's not just been like a hard couple of weeks, but like I'm feeling very kind of cloudy and lightheaded while doing this tonight. So in addition to the fact that I tend to be a bit scatterbrained when streaming anyway, tonight I'm actually feeling still a little cloudy. And I know it's been this way for a while. I'm not just saying that. It's just been, it's life, right? With that in mind, I apologize, especially for some of you who just stopped in. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. Again, this is the consequence of the tea that I was talking about a little bit. I'll try and keep it, less than a minute or so. But if you have not gotten up and stretched yourself, I encourage you to take a quick minute. Please leave the stream up. But we'll be back, and I have no idea whether or not I'll be getting the marks or getting to the grand finale tonight, but we'll be doing our best one way or the other. But for now, please enjoy a brief intermission, the lovely songs by Mickey Marr. If you have some water, or if you need some water, if you need to go to the bathroom, anything like that, please take the time yourself while I do so. All right, Egbever, you're probably already gone, but I hope you have a good sleep. I know I've been wanting one for a while, and I hope to see you next time. All right, so again, we're using the talk verb to have the raw prophet and the. Actually, I guess I never actually read the description of the raw prophet. Sometimes it divides, sometimes it unites. Sometimes she speaks words of warning. Sometimes he advises on appetite. Its prophecies are confusion. Their whispers confound. So we're using the talk verb to just sort of keep them in the world. I need to do my job at Glover and Glover before we have trouble there, and then I will start working on these commissions after I sort of refresh my position at G&G, and we'll very quickly have a new Port Noon anecdote, which I will explore with, and then I'll be able to free up my talk verb as a result. I think with the substantial I get a silver spintrea, so it won't be too helpful in the grand scheme of things. I'm still going to have to get the bronze for the last Wildering Mirror, although again it's sort of just nice to have a collection of things because it makes your desktop look very fancy, and people who are new to the game go, oh my god, it's so complicated. And this is not an easy game to get into, like, please don't mistake me on that. But I don't know, it's sometimes fun just to have I think it looks really cool when the game is set up like this. So I suppose for some people it might be aspirational that one day you too will have a desktop that looks like this. All right, Port Noon is where the long go to enjoy the sea and the sun, to drink from the spring that makes them forgotten, and to stay out of trouble, mostly out of trouble. The stories you can hear in the Hotel Ciervo are golden dude quintuple distilled toasts to memory served straight up. Across the bright far sea, Port Noon lies. Exiles, monsters, and visionaries have long favored the waters around it. Perhaps we shouldn't get too close, but it might be useful to get close enough. So we're exploring with the Port Noon anecdote. For me, it's really important to get these explored as soon as possible, because if there just happens to be something that gets you the anecdote some other way. And again, like, the number of ways you can get Port Noon anecdotes is pretty limited, so I don't think there's a way to quote-unquote accidentally generate it. But like I said, I have a tendency to get a little get a little foggy or be a little careless in terms of my decisions. And as a consequence, I tend to like removing the possibility of danger or overwriting a unique card as early as possible. Also, let's get some Forge lore read. Actually, I guess Forge I need that a little bit less. I believe both of these will give me Fascination, but I don't know that for sure. But the time of division in which Amira Zara prophesies the events later known as the Intercalate, in which the hour called the Sun and Splendor will be divided. That's Fushin, not Mandiak. To lock the study door, the work begins. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like the tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks, but I sit with other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and financial concerns. Okay, so I think I said I was going to do the commissions, so let's go for the lore. Oh, wait a minute. Substantial, I think, is a bronze, now that I think of it. It's a very substantial, that's the silver. So this is actually a pretty good one for us to get. All right, so unless I was mistaken, that would be a case where the alternating didn't produce the result I was looking for. But I also feel a little uncertain about whether or not I had already gotten the Vagabonds, because I can't remember where this one had come from. Either way, I'll still try the Red Church, because I have a certain degree of uncertainty about it. But like, if I was really invested to look at the pattern, and I know some of you might be, if the error is on my part in thinking that the Red Church was the Vagabonds map had last appeared in the Worm Museum, if that is in fact true, then clearly there's more to that pattern than appears. If, on the other hand, I was mistaken and I'd already found a Vagabonds map, that's just on me, and I'm creating confusion where it shouldn't be. And of course, I took the break in between too, so this is exactly one of these points where I'm like, I'm not convinced that this is an argument against until I check the replay. But you also know I'm not so invested in the pattern. If nothing else, it prevents me from hemming and hawing over a random decision for a long period of time. Do I want to wait the 15 seconds or... Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of these cases where I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't do that with my, my Callaghan and Raw Profit. If I had the 15 seconds, I would have been able to renew it or whatever. But whatever, we'll send them on the expedition right away. I was also thinking I would use the bittersweet memory to generate dread for the fascination, but it was unnecessary because I have the fleeting reminiscence. All right, Tentretto of Deep Door. A monastery hangs grimly on a cliff edge. Grimly to a cliff edge. It should have fallen into the sea by now, but we have read the monks drown victims in a deep pool beneath to win the sister and witch's protection from the sea. One more year, one more year. So I believe we cannot use Grail to get past these guardians. The monks of St. Trencho will not be inclined to allow us to pass. They will hide their treasures well, and if we manage to seize them, no doubt they will pursue us with curses. So I suspect probably we'll need some heart, and we'll probably wind up needing some lantern as well. So this is going to be a rather tough one for this loadout, but gives us a challenge. Also keeping in mind that I am starting an expedition, so I need to be a little mindful about when I turn in commissions and whatnot. I think I'm going to have to hold off on that work for the time being. Okay, so Season of Sickness is coming up reasonably soon. We do have a Season of Visions coming up, but it'll take us 60 seconds to read the book, so now's not a bad time for me to... I'll pick that up. In which Zara prophesy. Okay, we already have read that description. The sun will be divided. The sun will be divided that it might not sire children. Still, its children shall be 4 in number, and its children shall be 7 in number, and its children shall also be numberless. The numberless shall open the way for the 7, and the 7 shall consume the 4. Okay, so again, we sit on this manuscript for a while. No reason to avoid the peacock door. Expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So the hidden door. Hidden doors can be found with lantern or knock. Monks, contemplatives, blessed or condemned to service here. They're bound by their curious vows. We can murder them or deceive them, but they will not be seduced. And finally, the fifth eye curse. We need heart or winter to suppress this curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. So, of course, this is the big challenge in that I'm going to have to add a total of 4 new followers to this expedition, plus funds, and I need to do it in the right order. So, let's start with lantern people. I'd be a little surprised if the curse is the first thing that comes up, but you never know. The monks, a potent deception. We have brought here with us certain sacred texts whose meaning is apparent only in moonlight. Okay, so this is lucky for me, so I'll add Dorothy. So this means if for whatever reason the curse comes up ahead, we can add a heart follower right away. If instead it winds up being the hidden door, we can add the funds instead. Either way, we're now safe. Although I should be a little more thoughtful, so 25 seconds, so 30 seconds to process whatever happens with the monks, then a minute. I'll just round it to full minutes. So we've got a minute for the monks, a minute for the curse, a minute for the monks, minute for the curse, minute for the door, minute for the goodies. So I've got 4 minutes to resolve my tasks. I'll get the heart commission done just because I can. Well, these things cancel each other out. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. So, a mirror prophesies 4 great wars before the second dawn, when the sun in splendor shall rise again. She cautions, sunrise is blood, and I foretell now that the sun shall rise from blood, yet not the color of the blood, nor the hour of night. She includes a rite she speculates will be necessary for the second dawn. So we have the Illuminate Mysteries. The Meniscate, the Madrigard, the Flower Maker, and the Forge of Days are the gods from light. There is a 5th, but now we know it is not the Watchman. Yet the Watchman shares a secret doctrine with those 5, and here is that doctrine. Use this in a rite with a subtle rupture and a paradoxical curio, and someone will come. Speak it to a hunter, and it might drive them insane on the spot. So, of course, we've already got the rite intercalate, but as far as study is concerned, I think let's carry on with my deeds, my powers, my achievements. Especially because when we turn in these commissions, we may wind up with the Grail and erudition we need right away. I think I said I was doing the Red Church again, so... Favor from authority. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once more. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public. Perhaps he will show me some consideration. So I've always wondered if you can use this with, if you could just kind of throw this at the detective in circumstances other than when someone's on trial. But I've never quite had the courage to like open a chat with the hunter to do that. So I'll forever wonder. The doors of vision swing wide, a little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. The monk's delusion. Faith is a double-edged weapon. These monks have a great talent in the matter of believing, and so they have believed our lies. So I think what I'll do here is I'll add Leo or Slee to the expedition right away, and then I'll add the funds in sort of the intermediate period. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. I don't really think there's a situation in which I wind up out in the cold for either of these two, but my tendency is to add the people who are not related to the door first. And that's because I don't think I've ever had someone that I've lost by being stuck at a door. I think the only thing I lose at the door is money. And of course, I'm working as a board member at Glover & Glover, so money is the one thing I can sort of afford to burn if it comes down to that. Whereas the curse, I only get really one chance to try and take that thing out. All right. The illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Normally, I'd usually do the physique, the physical labor, but I'm sitting on 48 funds. It's a little ridiculous if I think I think I can't afford to buy the medicine. All right. My deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. Hawkbald of Poxend, formerly of the Order of Immortals, called by some the House of Leith, settles scores. Read my... Hawkbald boasts of his royal descent and insists that the magics of the Forge are more effective when practiced by those of noble blood. That, by the way, would be a really neat little touch if you had something like the Bright Young Thing and you were slightly better at Forge stuff. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I've never tried. All right, so we'll pay up for the medicine right away. No point in delaying that. Okay, so call upon the watchman who navigates. Here, my only option is to add Slee, and I'm just going to take stock again. So we've got 30 seconds here, 30 seconds after the door event happens, 30 seconds moving to the next section, 30 seconds to set up the curse, 30 seconds to finish the curse, 30 seconds to... Sorry, I need a minute to think about that. Yeah, 30 seconds for the... So we have 3 minutes of sort of before we need to worry about the notoriety. Again, I'll reevaluate that when we get closer to the ending, but it's nice to just keep this in the back of my head until I can sort of internalize that pattern. Now, normally I just go crashing straight back into Glover and Glover, but in this case I do have that Grail commission to deal with, so we will knock that out. So, again, there's not a whole lot for me to get excited about except for the possibility. The fact that I'm going to get 3 attempts at getting Erudition or Glimmering is kind of nice, but the main purpose for these 2 is just so that I can get a better, or so I can try for a better commission next time. Pawson complains of his condemnation by the Ordo Lemea. He acknowledges that he has undergone alterations after the consumption of that particular delight, but insists that these changes were both elegant and inevitable. Who is the fire and who is the fuel? He asks rhetorically. I am terribly sorry that Valken is not here to... actually, you know what? I'll do a quick print screen of that so that I can I can show Valken when the time comes. And we finished up our Forge collection. So, the Furnace Paean. This is the hymn that sings to the iron. If we imitate it faithfully enough, we will parch our lips and crisp our tongue. But oh, the rewards! It does say you can summon Crucible with it. Actually, in this run, we haven't summoned any. We haven't summoned Teresa, we haven't summoned Azim, we haven't summoned King Crucible, and we have not summoned... I feel like I'm missing another one. King Crucible, Azim, Teresa... Or maybe that's all the... I have the feeling that I'm forgetting one, but I don't think I am. No matter. At this point, I have nothing else to do with the study verb, so I'm going to do the passion and erudition. It's not the most exciting choice in the world, but it's it's what I've got until we finish the expedition. I'm not going to have any other books to read. So, faint lines in the stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shutter and a shower of dust. So we do need to put more money in. So logistical difficulty supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we have to abandon the expedition. We're guaranteed to pass the curse. Either you get the curse or you don't, but there's no way that it stops you. So 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Okay, sorry. 30 seconds to approach, 30 seconds for the curse, 30 seconds to resolve the curse, 30 seconds to get the item. So that's 2 minutes that we have. I was going to go to the... Actually, I think I can still afford to. Because we're already in the middle of the season of visions. So we'll have 90 seconds to go. Ooh. Yeah, that's bad. Call upon the ring you who's renewed. We are strong enough in heart to be almost entirely secure against the curse. I might have made a mistake. I might have just given myself a very, very small window in which to resolve the notoriety. Then again, I also might have miscounted, so we'll see what's happening here. Again, I'm not going to worry about adding any more funds. We'll see what happens with the curse. I might be able to get away with slamming in another... The curse triples. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I think I'm going to fire up Clovet right away. So we know we have a minute to pass before we start picking up notoriety anyway. Okay, so I think there's 30 seconds that happens, which still says the power is stronger than the power that was here, and then another 30 seconds to describe the items. If that's true, I can afford another trip to Glover and Glover. If I've added another 30-second slot, then I potentially wind up in a situation where notoriety gets absorbed. I said I was doing Red Church again? Okay, so we're Museum now. The vagabond is the 1 hour who can never enter the mansis, but she goes everywhere else, and if you believe her boast, she's the only one who knows all the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. And I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass in shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night, the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, say between man, or woman and woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Fortune's son had only joined, a thirstily lamented. Then they fell to gossiping of the long of the house of Leith, and their steeds in the desert. I remember it still. So of course we're already primed for an upgrade, which is good. No reason not to go straight back. What am I doing? No reason not to go straight back. Judge's line before us. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. So yeah, I think there should be a description of the items. In this case, I believe the place sinks, and then we escape. So I still haven't given myself I haven't done myself a lot of favors as far as the notoriety is concerned, but I should be able to get out of it. Now, I believe I have enough to do the upgrade. It's a little shy on the glimmering, but I think we'll get through it. History is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. It's fairly important to try and keep the expeditions flowing when I can. Obviously, I want to make sure that my summons don't expire prematurely. The first tremors. We are in the cave of the deep sea pool beneath the monastery. Dark water shivers in the light of our lamps. As we approach, the level of water suddenly drops. There are no tides in the sea. What's happening? So in 21 seconds, we're going to generate a notoriety. Ooh, I got really lucky there. If I was any earlier with Clovette, that would have failed. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have any other commissions to work on right now, and I don't have any summons that I want to do either. I could do like a dress rehearsal of the, you know, say, sorry, Saliba. Ah. I wonder. Yeah, it's got to have the 6th. I was just curious what it would say. So theoretically, I could pull out. It's actually not 42. It'd be 57. That may not be enough still, actually, now that I think. I can't remember what the requirement is. Might as well pick up heavy things and put them down again. Also, I almost blew this. My lover's experiments and pleasures are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes, and when I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. And we wound up with another bittersweet memory, so if I wind up with fascination, I should be reasonably safe. Also, this contentment comes at a good time because we are going to be going to the Worm Museum, and so in the worst case scenario, I wind up replacing the dread with contentment. Wisdom is a country, and these are its maps. Psalm. Oh, you know what? The glimmering might actually be too old. Size in the Mansis is negotiable, and so last night in the Worm Museum I saw one of the worms who took Vienna, caged next to a worm taken from the soul of a child. In dreams they are more visible than waking, smooth and dark as jewels. The walls bear stories of the First and Second Worm Wars. The third is too recent to have passed into the histories. Well, I was only worried about dread from the Peacock door, so there's no reason not to just go jumping back into the Mansis again. This is a nice thing about having the Frangiclave. As you can see, we're able to test the... Get in there. Oh god, if this doesn't take the notoriety, I'm going to be so upset. Thank god. Optimism is the spice which saves. Oh, but I didn't read the... Ah, damn it. You know what? I'm going to take a quick minute here. I believe I can find the text for the ending. Oh, where is it? That was Saint Tintretto of the Deep Door. Right, so here we are in the deep sea pool beneath the monastery. Dark water shivers in the light of our lamps. As we approach, the level of the water suddenly drops. There are no tides in this sea. What is happening? And then we have profaned the cave. Already the hours withdraw their blessing. The water sinks away, leaving the pool empty. Offerings lie on its bed. We must snatch them up quickly. Already the first tremors have begun, the forerunners of the long-delayed earthquake that the monks held at bay for so long. We got, I think there were 4 items out of that. I suppose I can just count it, but sorry about the Actually, it looks like there are, okay, 3 books. There shouldn't be anything different on the page, I guess. Alright, so Scar in the Sky, Nin wrote this and came to regret it. Inam, oh Jesus, this is always hard. Kapigigninglipur Garki Krippis, in which 4 enigmatic figures tell the stories they've heard over the years at the Roost, the secret location where the Aviform Hours congregate, and commandments for the preservation of all that exists. Black Ellie, Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, was imprisoned by the Emperor Didius Julianus. She reportedly instructed that these secret doctrines be recorded in writing to preserve against their loss. Regrettably, the story goes, Didius Julianus ordered that the work be entombed with her in an unmarked sepulchre. So what interests me here is I don't think we will be getting the top-level Grail lore from these books. And I don't remember if there's another Port Noon location or if we actually wind up at Port Noon itself afterwards. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. In the meantime, let's have a conversation between the Raw Prophet and the Callagine because we need to work on the upgrade. So we don't have anything to worry about the notoriety. It's a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. Yeah, so I'm actually going to be short the glimmering. This recommends a sort of a quick spamming of these works. I may not be able to turn them all in order to get the effects, but I can do my best. So let's go back to Glover and Glover. We don't need to worry about Scandal for the next little while. So obviously this is going to take away some of the life from my summons, but obviously getting new locations is a higher priority than keeping the summons. Aha, there it is. Is that it? You've resolved a knowledge challenge. I mean, if I wanted to really preserve, I just do this for like 5 seconds. Of course, that makes the Raw Prophet go down. Was it back to the Red Church now? I saw the Red Church again last night with its pews of bone, the stained glass and shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night the names of the Grail gathered to speak of the Long, who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, save between man and man or woman and woman. They still pay tribute to the tribute of delight, an Ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a Lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a Thirstly lamented. And then they fell to gossiping of the Long in the house of Leith, and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. Okay. So, we take a... Actually, at this point, Glimmering has 21 let's give it a few more seconds. I actually wanted Adim. I wanted the result from Adim first, so it's 30 seconds for these guys to get kind of be out in the cold. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So it turns out it was the bronze Spintrea. There's a small chance we get a glimmering out of this. Of course, being a little corny with how the countdowns work, I ensured that I had the glimmering anyway. Turns out we would have had it anyway, so... I always hate it when I don't exactly cheat, but I do something that I don't normally do, and it turns out it would have worked anyway. But I'm also getting a little conscious about the time it's taking to do these playthroughs, so I sometimes just push things to slightly to my favor to make sure that I don't spend too much time on some of the things that are a little more repetitive. Obviously, I do a lot of repetition for other matters anyway, so. If I'd been a little bit more thoughtful, I probably would have. Turned these in a little bit earlier, because then the Season of Suspicion would have eaten up this mystique. I'm going to need to find a way to get rid of that before we begin the expedition in earnest. Otherwise, I just have to spend extended periods of time away from Glover and Glover. Alternatively, I get Clovette to sort of work overtime on charming people. Again, I don't know why I'm not pushing hard on this. If this wouldn't take so long, I might actually even be able to get away with upgrading this Vagabonds map again. So, not touching the bittersweet memory with the Season of Dread coming up. The reason I put the Raw Prophet in first now is just it's the one with the lower cooldown, so the flexibility is that I take the Callagine out and its cooldown goes. If I brought the Raw Prophet in as the conversation partner, then that would mean the one with the low countdown is kind of getting hit a little bit more. Now, there's an argument that might be something that you want to do, and the justification for that would be if you... what's the best way for me to put this? If you, let's say you, you're doing what I'm doing and you're happy with the Raw Prophet Callagine combo. And there's, like, let's be honest here, there's other combos that I can do. It just so happens that the Raw Prophet and Callagine work very well for me because of this fairly heavy use of Moth that I have. The fact that I only need to add a Forge follower to be able to get past the most locked doors. And then the other nice side effect of it is that as opposed to summoning a hint or a Maid in the Mirror, which will generate fascination or dread through their winter or their lantern influence, those ones generate influences which that they're pretty benign. They just kind of vanish into nothing, and there isn't much of a consequence for it. So if you, let's say, especially if you had something like a hint or an Maid in the Mirror where you're maybe particularly worried about that summon going away, it might make some sense to not to have the counters be going at the same time, because as you try to rescue one, the other one, maybe you want to use your talk verb for something else. And so having some staggered amount to just make sure that you're giving yourself enough wriggle room to be able to resummon them, that might work a little bit better for you. Again, I'm very simple-minded when it comes to streaming. And so as a result, I tend to just keep things at flat levels. If I were to play on my own, I might do things a little bit differently. But given the fact that just one background thing in terms of streaming, like probably every 15 seconds or so, I take a minute and look off to the side. So like, I think there's a certain point where some people might wonder, like, is it really that hard for him to remember what he picked inside the Worm Museum and the Red Church? Well, it's a little bit more along the lines of, try and do like a math textbook or whatever reading you would do. And every 15 seconds, interrupt your train of thought to go and look and see if somebody said something in chat or if there's something that you need to reply to. That's one of the reasons why I sort of feel like, I'm the character in Memento or something like that. Okay, so that's a little unlucky. We know that we've got a Season of Despair coming up. The only option to get some contentment will be from either the Bittersweet Memory, which will generate dread on its own, or alternatively the Ecdysis Club, which might generate some notoriety problems. But I think we can probably find our way through it. In fact, we'll pay the entry fee for the Ecdysis Club now. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson cinnabar in Cardinine. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imis nocte et consumi merigni, has been rendered as into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. So I think we're done with Glover and Glover before any scandals appear. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arching walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. It occurred to me, though, I kind of blew it, because, of course, this is now going to take 58.8 seconds. This is going to have 58.4, so I have to do silly things to keep this thing alive long enough to fix it. But then silly things are my middle name, so... Most importantly, though, I have ensured that I'm safe from scandal. So I'd like to talk to Dr. Adim about a commission, but I'd like to keep my summons even more. So in a few minutes now, I understand. This should turn into the Port Noon anecdote fairly quickly, and then we'll be able to mix it up in an expedition. So Callagine is the lower number now, so we make that the main conversation partner. Hopefully that illustrates why I alternate between the two when the numbers change. Increase my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. Now I'm really interested in seeing whether or not it's Port Noon that we get to this time. Across the bright sea, Port Noon lies. Exiles, monsters, and visionaries have long favored the waters around it, but perhaps we shouldn't get too close. It might be useful to get close enough. I suppose I could try and go for more glimmering and erudition. No, that doesn't make any sense. Let's do some translations. Lock the study door, the work begins. So, if we get Port Noon, there is no reason for me to do any other Vagabonds map, or to pursue any other Vagabonds maps. For now, I think I'm just going to sit tight and see what expedition comes out. I'll probably want to do at least one more upgrade just so I can say that I've got the high-level Port Noon, but there isn't a necessity for it, let's say. Now, of course, if I want to do the Port Noon trip, I'm also going to need to do... Oh, well... Mystique has just solved itself for me with the Weary Detective. That could not have possibly come at a better time. So we'll still do, well, 10 seconds. I think I can afford another 10 seconds off on my my summons. One thing I might do is summon Azim when the time comes for the... Ooh, it's been a while since I've got Old Unhappy Far Off Things. I might summon Azim for the final ritual. Although, yeah, no, he'll be better than a Cyprian. I'm saying he, but I believe the pronoun alternates for Azim, actually. No, we have another one. Okay, so Raven Isle. An extinct volcano lifts its head from a fervid tangle of emerald jungle. Immortals fallen to the vilest crime of their kind, are exiled here to roost, guzzling the blood and cracking the bones of unwary travelers. They must have acquired some interesting toys over the years. So, we will... Sounds like a great place to go. Let's jump in straight away. Chiefest peril of Raven Isle is the... I can never pronounce this. Soikoyants, the fallen immortals. But the way there across the sea will be hard, and the isle is full of voices which carry the curse of visions. This is a hard one to get a read on. So Forge for sure, possibly Moth. we may actually just need to go edge for them, which is really tough if that happens. But we'll figure it all out as time goes by. Let's get some commissions while we still can. And I think I'm going to read this. Ellie describes powerful protective incantations to be used in a variety of circumstances. I think I'll try and get some painting in before too long. I can afford to go to Glover & Glover because this has a 60-second cooldown. It takes me 50 seconds to work at G&G. Okay, so Madame Bichet would like something that gives me a silver spintrea. That's nice for my collection. Count Jannings, what do you want? So I'll have to paint, then I'll work at Glover & Glover again, then I'll try and fulfill one of the commissions. And the paint is just to deal with the restlessness. It's not to try and make any money. I won't have any reputation, I don't think. Oh, that's not true. I'll have a mystique that I can throw into it. Whether that's the smart thing to do, I don't know. But alright, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. Now, let's see what we're up against here. One might mistake them for old women until they discard their skins. The place is a swarm with them. They are strong as strangling roots and at least half long, but they can be deceived, and they are very wary of light. Ah, yes. I remember these now. Okay, well, we've got the moth, so I think that kind of goes without saying. Heart or winter. So I'm actually going to add Dorothy right away on this one. And this is just because I know that we have... I'm one Forge follower away from getting past the water. It's just the heart that we don't know. Now, there's a small threat... In particular, there's a small threat here because, of course, these are dangerous. If we fail for whatever reason, it's possible that we lose an expedition member. And if I lose a heart expedition member, that means I need to bring Clovette as a replacement. That means that Clovette is not available to get rid of the notoriety. I mean, I can't protect against everything, right? So it's a calculated risk that I'm willing to take. Now, as far as talking is concerned, is there anything else that I want to do? Yes, I want to repair the last mirror. And we'll get a bronze and a silver spintrea to fill out my collection, which feels very good. Okay, I am going to paint. This does come at the small risk that, this mystique is still kicking around at the time I don't want it to, but I'm willing to take that chance in this very specific case. Oh, this is interesting. So we call upon the Sister and Witch who cannot be separated. If storms strike, the Sister and Witch will keep our crew and our vessel in one piece, probably. I completely forgot that if I need heart for the sea, for the curse, then I can use heart for the sea. So we'll just add Leo, and I don't need to worry about anybody else that I bring in. Storms rise for the Thunderskin and subdue for the Sister. The right words should carry us safe across the sea. It is essential that these protections be completed every 4th year to defend against the entry of the worms and against the avidity of the wave and the wound. In the current history, at least, there is no indication that these protections have been performed regularly for the last 1,000 years. Unceasing mysteries. The Grail ripped the Thunderskin from flesh. The Sister and Witch was born from 2 wombs. The Velvet woke when the womb roots tasted blood. The heart is blood's drum. And here is its secret doctrine. Use this right with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet, or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant, which we have not summoned in this run yet. So if I'm willing to risk some dread, we've got the Scar in the Sky. If we're willing to risk probably Fascination, I'll call it the Moth book, because that's a mouthful. Let's do I'll do translation, and then I'll figure out where we stand shortly after. We'll probably have a better idea when we have our meeting with Rhaenyra. Colors of the Night. We'll spend the money. My lover's experiments and pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. Alright, safe across the sea, wave-lashed and sea-spattered, sun-scorched and salt-stained, but here. And my followers at work on the mirror. I can see the mistakes, and I can also see the end. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. Hopefully it doesn't grow the mystique. Ah, damn it. So, we got some overexposure for the trouble, it looks like. I got some glimmering, though. That might help me. Well, it'll help me if I decide to go for erudition right away, and I don't think I do. And, oh, that's actually rather unlucky. So I grew the mystique. Hopefully they... Yes, okay, they'll still eat them, so that's good. And I got a pleasant memory. So if I'm in fear of dread, I've got more than enough to handle what's coming up. I guess I can still go through the peacock door. Right, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I could add funds now, or I could send another follower. So here we'll add the extra funds. This should cover everything that we need, unless we fail against the Guardian. Well, not exactly Guardians, but mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. Right. Okay. I will read the Scar in the Sky now because I know I have a pleasant memory to recover. So each page of this book Nin wrote this and came to regret it. Each page of this book contains one word only, but as each page is turned, a knowledge creeps in. It's a lot of contentment. I do need to be a little careful in terms of the time it's going to take me to perform certain actions, but the moth has power in this close, crowded forest night. We will pass secretly and safely unless we are very unlucky. So I'm just trying to think now. So I've got 44 seconds to get past this one. Another minute. Oh, wait, okay, so yeah, 44 seconds through this. A minute, so that's 104. Okay, we're still safe. I think I am going to do the commissions though. If I have some leeway, I should take the opportunity to do some of the work. It's the red church I was going to again. Well, that's a little unlucky, but... Sick and sad again, the game. Hey, dyslexic reader. Yeah, actually, that actually is not a bad description of how I came into the broadcast, but I'm actually, I guess in this is one of the rare cases I'm not sad yet. I'll be sad in 9 seconds. But it turns out I've got a little fascination to counteract that. Last night I visited the Red Church, where the Grail conducts its feasts. The light through the stained glass windows was all the spectra of red, and the names of the Grail labored to birth a new desire, which had until today no name at all. I am sticky with the memory of it, and this morning everything I see is tinted ruby. I think I'll just stay put for now. Sorry, I can never pronounce it. Sokoyant's frustrations. Hurry from the shadow to deeper shadow. Press faces into the spongy earth. They know we're here, but they don't know where. Their cries fade behind us. All right, well, that's not too surprising. Final page is crowded. Each reader of the book records the same word. Now it is my turn. So, yet another copy of the right intercalate. And we've got a wolf word. So, when the forge is cold, and the glory is dark, and the wood is dust, perhaps the wolf divided will rest, but only until it can devour itself. This word almost expresses the divided one's hatred. Speak this to a hunter, and it might drive them insane on the spot. I'm trying to avoid using it, but I have a feeling I'm probably going to wind up... I'm probably going to lose my nerve and run with it. All right, so this thing's probably going to generate fascination, but we'll see. This glimmering's also gone, so it's probably just as well I didn't try to upgrade this vagabond map. Oh, now I've gone and done it. Okay, nobody got lost. What's coming up next? Season of Suspicion. So... Nope, the Season of Suspicions will be gone by the time... By the time we generate notoriety, so... I think we've got 2 minutes before showtime. I finished the manuscript, so here I'm not going to be able to get all the manuscripts done before I need to get rid of the notoriety, so I might even just try 2 quick runs at G&G, depending how the timings work out. So call upon the ring you who is renewed. We are strong enough in heart to almost be entirely secure against this curse. I prepared the text for study, and it's still the same text, so... Right, so normally I like to try and do a work, like physical labor to get the vitality, but with, over 70 funds, I think I'll be able to manage paying full freight. And it's not clear what's going to come up in 10 seconds. It could be a Season of Visions, in which case this will be a little... Well, it won't be fully frustrating because we've got the Fleeting Reminiscence to protect us. So read Birdsong. Inam, has not the breech-crowed shared his treasures? Garki, not the rarest. He takes those things most precious, which he claims found, not stolen. Have you done any of the other major endings? So, like, if by the Apostle endings, I've actually done... So this will be my first minor Grail win for an achievement. I've done it before, but that was when it was in the itchy access period is what they're calling it. So the funny thing is I actually have an Apostle win recorded without having a Grail Apostle win without a Grail minor victory recorded on my Steam. I've done Lantern, I've done Forge, I've done Exile to a few completions, like a minor completion, as well as locked in eternal combat with my foe. What are the other ones? I don't believe I've done a Moth ending for the Dancer yet. But it would be fair to say that for all of the DLC, I've completed sort of the headline ending and some of the others. Yeah, so like the trick on this one is that I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek because like nobody's actually going to bother looking at my achievements list, let alone looking at the dates. But were someone to do so, like I was given... my first playthrough of Apostle was on the Steam page, and Weather Factory gave me a specific save file which had, you had 3 legacies, and it was the Forge, the Grail, and the Lantern Apostle legacies. because obviously you're not going to do a Steam stream of playing the base game when there's this cool new legacy that's been brought up, and then have like the last 5 minutes of the broadcast be, oh, and hey, here's this big new feature we wanted to show. So, you know, like, if somebody looks at the chronology, it's going to be, well, obviously you cheated to get the Apostle win because you got that before the Grail. And I'm like, no, it's totally canon. But of course, this is the thing. Like, I don't know a single person in the world who would ever actually bother to take a look at the times of achievements and whatnot. So, but there you go. Now you can be the first. You can, when we get to the end of this playthrough, you can go and find my Steam account and you can leave a comment saying, how dare you? This is a sacred game. Was it you didn't just cheat? You didn't cheat the game. You cheated yourself. You achieved a hollow victory. Whatever the meme was. That would have been a lot funnier if I could remember what the wording was. All right. So what are we looking at here? Power is stronger than the one that was here. The curse won't touch us. So we've got 80 seconds. Yes, now is this will be my last Glover and Glover run for a little bit, and let's queue up Clovette, seeing as we know we won't need to bring her in to get rid of the curse now. You cheated not only the game, but yourself. You didn't grow, you didn't improve, you took a shortcut and gained nothing. You experienced a hollow victory, nothing was risked and nothing was gained. It's sad that you don't know the difference. Thank you. I actually did, I made a fake book, which was in, like, really bad Latin, and then when you translated it, it said that. I put that on Twitter, but I don't, it's been a while since I brought that up, so I'll have to search for it. It's really friendly of them to... I keep forgetting that some of these later books have combinations of fascination and dread, so it's actually a little easier to deal with than some of the less endgame books. The Beach Crow, Capigiginglepur, I'm bad at this, suggests not only a thief, but also a spy and even a voyeur. He has hidden the memory of secret couplings among the hours and their names in the corners of the house as treasures to gloat over. There's particularly fevered speculation on a liaison between the Ring-Yu, that fervent hour of the wood, and the mare in the tree, who sometimes has been the witch's sister. So we've got the mare in Yu. The real hours don't meet the gods from nowhere, but the Ring-Yu meets the mare in the tree in where the wood grows lush. Their couplings are forbidden, and forbidden things have power, and this is the story of their couplings. So, looks like I'm going to have to read up to... And this is one that I can actually upgrade, although I think this one's going to be a challenge. So, obsessive research... Oh wait, no, I've got a library, so... that won't be a problem. Ah, yes. Yes. Moth is going to be the hardest one because I can only use the library once. All right, let's cool off the fascination before I get into too much trouble. And it's not the most exciting choice that I could make, but I am going to try and grab Glimmering and a... Oh, you know what? I should have done Erudition before Glimmering because the Glimmering always comes up second whenever I upgrade my Vagabond's map. I have 30... Yeah, it's 30 seconds, so it's probably a bit premature on this, but I don't think there will be as big of a there won't be too much of a consequence. Let's get that Edge Commission in. So once Clovette picks up the notoriety, we should be we should be in good shape to generate the mystique from the commissions. But of course, if she fails, then the whole house of cards topples over. Season of Vision's up next. Of course, I'm not reading any scary books, so nothing to worry about there. At the back of the cave, I hate the fact they wrote this word so many times. The Soyukayans have made a sort of museum nest with the fine clothes they once wore adorned now with raven feathers, a little miscellany of cameo portraits and rotting family albums, a few items of power. All right. Also, my Callaghan and Raw Prophet are going to be a little exposed for a while. So, a manual for departure. The author, who identifies itself as the Jekado, claims to be one of the great hooded princes of the land of the river. The Origins of the Hours, a VAC work that may contain gossip about the various origins of the secret gods. The Chalice Murmurous, we were definitely looking for that one. So, on those nights when we drink from the chalice, we are not certain afterwards what we have done, but we may be assured it is what has always been done, and if we do not remember, our children will in their redmost dreams. I mean, the description of it coming into the world as well doesn't necessarily sound any more wholesome. Sometimes it divides. Well, this is the description, of course, but sometimes it divides, sometimes it unites, sometimes she speaks words of warning, sometimes he advises on appetite. Its prophecies are confusion, their whispers confound. I actually also believe we ruined Glover's son's reputation using the Raw Prophet. So I'd love to translate and read these particularly 5 creations, but I've sort of locked myself into this upgrading for the Vagabond map. I think we are on to Port Noon now. I can't remember how many there are in the Evening Isles now that I think of it. But if I really need, we already have the Frangiclave, so we can just keep pounding away at the Peacock's door until it surrenders. Yeah, I think I'll just wait the 5 seconds for the Callaghan and the Raw Prophet to have a conversation with each other. It means I won't be able to do all of the commissions, but damnation. No one understands us, or they understand us too well. Okay, so this actually puts me in a little bit of risk across the board. So we'll take Clovette. She's going to need about 90 seconds to get rid of this. What I might want to do... So we know that the board seat at Glover and Glover, we're going to get in trouble for not showing up. What I need to do now is kind of try and preserve my summons as much as I can. Alternatively, I use the time when I'm away from G&G to just resummon them. The talk verb is basically spoken for now, so at this point... I'm actually not that worried about... I'm not really that worried about the Weary Detective. It's just the fact that because I took the board seat at Glover and Glover, I'm fragile to Scandal. In fact, it would almost be preferable if I had a Season of Suspicion to pick up the notoriety, because then, of course, I wouldn't have to worry about my job catching wind of my misdeeds. Now is not a bad time for me to try and resummon this thing. Oop, wrong ritual. Crucible Soul should do the trick. I don't even need to worry about the rest of it. Grail for the Raw Prophet source, and a little moth for its chaos addiction. So I'm debating as to whether or not I want to try and do the Vagabond map upgrade right away. I think I'll be able to manage, but it's going to be tight with this glimmering. It's kind of dumb you can resummon your stuff by killing them. It's a tricky one. I mean, I don't suppose it's any more dumb than being able to paint them to keep them in. The important thing is that that's not a riskless procedure, because of course it's possible that this will be a rebellious spirit. And if it is a rebellious spirit, then I'm potentially in a situation where I either lose someone or I have to let it go, basically, and at that point I just lose the creature outright. If you try to do a resummoning for someone like Azim or King Crucible, it will prevent you from being able to do that. So it's only the minor summons that you can pull that trick with. History is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. Difficulty at work, a risk of demotion. Considerable latitude has allowed someone in my position, but my absence has been noted. I will have to charm the Elder Glover. Alright, so again, we're just kind of keeping the Callagine around while I repair my reputation. There we go. Rebellious Spirit. The summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable. I could try and reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen happen. I think I'll try passion this time. It's an unnecessary risk that I'm taking, but it's also really close to the end, so Jesus Christ. Alright, so looks like we need another round with Clovette. Glimmering's getting real low. Mastery regained. I'm succeeding. It cracks the whip. Back to talking, you. My summoning will obey my wishes, for now. Now, of course, this thing's still just going to be sitting out in the open, decaying, while Clovette tries to charm people. I'm pretty sure this glimmering goes away. I may get lucky by being able to turn in one of these commissions. I'll try Grail, because it seems most associated with... glimmering. Also, I'm rather foolishly leaving this work slot open. I at the very least can be doing a commission on Lantern. I obviously have enough money that I don't really need this job. So at the very least, I might as well do the stuff that I've been holding off on doing and wanting to for a while. I actually think I'm also going to do this higher, because this might give me some bodies to eat. So buy their loyalty for now. Well, there goes my glimmering. I should have seen that coming, actually. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Alright. I mean, at this point, it's almost not worth... it's almost not worth trying at this. Oh yeah, actually, before I do that, how much time do I have? I might be able to save this. Alright. There's the glimmering I needed. So I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. The catch, of course, is that I've now picked up some mystique, which could be the thing that Clovette winds up picking up. So it's not at all obvious that I improved my situation doing that. Let's give it a shot, though. Well, that's another way I can get rid of notoriety, I suppose. Let's see what he picks up first. Well, okay. Easy enough. This is a little bit of a clowny situation I've gotten myself into, but it's not. We're not completely out of options here. So I need to keep an eye on when the next ascension needs to happen. I'm debating as to whether or not I just want to try and resummon this thing. Because again, it's not like I need the money at the moment. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, cool. Passion's Gyre. This is the Passion to Reason, right? Grail for the Raw Profit Source, and the Little Moth for its Chaos Addiction. You remember finishing first ever? Was that before they made the changes to painting and whatnot? Because yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've played Exile yet, but Exile really, really helps the kinds of situations that led to people making too much money. It's basically the exact opposite of the way I'm playing. Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This will buy their loyalty for now. So I'm gonna need to stick one of these guys into the cupboard sooner rather than later. I'll get the Callagine to talk one more time. And we'll add the library. Nothing then. Oh. I don't remember how long it takes to put someone in the cupboard. Try and imprison a follower. This one must serve another purpose now. Into the cupboard they go. 10 seconds. Good. So I think that's free notoriety I just got. Oh, wow. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. I mean, that makes things even more inconvenient from the perspective of trying to... you know, trying to keep my my position. You know what? I think I'm gonna just try and live on my reserves. I felt you lost way too much by packing light on Exile, even sending cash. Yeah. It's I mean, I like Exile a lot, but it is a merciless it's a merciless DLC for sure. Although I think the one opinion I do have about it, and it's a pretty deeply held conviction, is that I think one of the big strengths of Exile is that it what's the best way to put it? Like, because it fails you fast, it is altogether more enjoyable. Like, I think the assumption that I have is that if you're playing Cultist Simulator, you're probably already somewhat inclined to, you know, to getting your ass kicked in a game, and so having an early failure avoids the really negative situation. Like, so imagine here if I were to die to a fascination loss, that would be pretty weak. Whereas if you know, in the case of Exile, you know, it really pummels you at the start, but once you can kind of reach that escape velocity, you it's never a guaranteed win, but it definitely feels like if you die, it's not going to be to trivial stuff. It's going to be, you know, you put your best effort in and it didn't turn out this time, at least for me. It enters the world one limb at a time, questing like a serpent, cawing like a crow, throbbing like a vein. It will cuddle close against my leg if I let it, and afterwards I will have to dispose of my shoes. So this might have been a little premature to summon it, but what else am I going to do, right? I suppose I could try the same trick for summoning the Callagine. I'm of course opening myself up to the possibility of summons getting loose. And I think I need Winter in this case. Forge for the Smoky Spirit summoning, Winter for its binding. It must know who will rule it. Oh, I don't ever think I got to max rank. I definitely put a lot into the edgelore, but I don't think I got it that. I don't think I was that aggressive in the choice. Part of this is just sort of biding my time until I get the next expedition. With my luck, Clovette's going to pick up a Mystique, and I'm going to be left with notoriety. Oh well. That could have been worse. Unfortunately, I think... Oh no, with the Experienced Swindler, I think we're going to be able to imprison him. Although I guess that gets me the extra notoriety. I'll live with it. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. One thing you loved about Exile was how fun it was. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I mean, the thing that really impressed me about Exile was that I didn't think that a game like this would have been able to kind of give you the feeling of being chased. Kind of like the action movie version of Cultist Simulator. I didn't think it was possible to have that feeling communicated so vividly in a text-based, card-based game like this. But they did an incredible job of it. So that was one thing that really stuck out at me too. All right, 5 creations. The itinerant scholar Shohai debated 5 possible origins for humanity, with a hooded figure since claimed to be the beach crow. Shohai later claimed that all of these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. So we will take our VAC and study up. We still don't know what Port Noon or Evening Isle's location this is. Not all of the Forge's children are bright. Its offcuts and its bastards gather in the bounds like hammerscale in the cracks of a smithy floor. Here comes one now. I should still be thinking about what I do with my work verb. I suppose in the absence of anything else, we can pick heavy things up and put them down again. There's also... there's a reasonable case to be made to... yeah, to keep going through the Peacock Door. If I want to have sort of one of everything, I'm still going to need 2 more Vagabond maps. I've forgotten where I was in the pattern. Optimism is a spice which saves. Alright. Do I want to risk the Season of Suspicion? Yes, I do, because I'm going to earn myself another prisoner. So at this point, a lot of Clovette's work is in vain, but I lock this one away safely. When their screaming and raving subsides, I will subdue them properly. This one rails weakly against their fate. Alright, I would like to try and have a bit more time between these. I mean, these guys aren't going to last forever, and if we don't get, if we don't start getting the Season of Desires sooner rather than later, these are going to turn into corpses, which also are liabilities. So we'll try and keep the fortune teller around for a little while. As far as the rest is concerned, how do I want to handle this? So I could send Clovette right away to try and get rid of the notoriety. The risk is that she picks up the mystique instead. I could take Dr. Adim and Count Jannings, turn in their... oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? First things first. Port Dude, I don't... Changed my mind. So I think I'm going to read this text right away, and for lack of something better to do, I don't have any commissions to run or anything like that. So I'm just going to keep doing my manual labor. The carapace origin, we were born from a shell, like the children of the wasp from the spider. The glorious origin, our life motes descended from light. The origin befouled, we were found naked and smeared with muck in the roots of the wood. Hey there, Mr. Detective, care to sniff around this cool snow I found in the middle of the summer? My favorite actually is when you take the watchworms and you try and use it on a rival, and it just says that they look down at the tea and just give you this very, are you serious look, and then just silently stand up and walk walk away. Again, I need to find the exact text, but my favorite was the first time I tried to poison a rival. All right, Perfect Frost is not my favorite to deal with. The challenge with that one is it'll eventually turn into Dread. And I don't have anybody that I can upgrade. Well, okay, there's one person I can upgrade, but it doesn't help me to upgrade them. The world is still as ice. Each movement is a journey. 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become Dread. So I'll keep it around for a little while, but I need to find a way to get rid of this. Last night I visited the Worm Museum, which is both within the Mansis for security and without for safety. The Hours have charged the Colonel with its defense, and even the Lionsmith does not challenge him here. Winter's the chiefest aspect of this place. The worms thrive where things end, but they can also be ended, and they must if the Mansis is to endure. This morning, the chilly certainty of the Colonel's hand still lies on my shoulder. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do with Dream at the moment. Not really. I think I'm just kind of... mostly just for the sake of appearances. I'm interested in getting that last Port Noon lore, even if this is the last place for me to investigate. And it is Port Noon indeed. There is a choice that every immortal must make: enter the service of an hour, or return to the mortal ranks, or face extinction. The sunny little island port called Noon is an exile realm of the immortals who refused all those options. You found all the expeditions in the Evening Isles, although you can find and visit Noon several times. I don't even remember what I get from this anymore. If we can cross the sea to Port Noon, if we can defeat the Long who do not die, if we can breach their private vaults, we must still resist the temptation of visions. All right, let's... stock my pantry. Turns out all that labor's kind of helpful. I lock this one away safely. When their screaming and raving subsides, I will subdue them properly. So I don't want to be too cavalier about the evidence, but I have a little bit more, I do have a little bit more leisure for managing all of this. So let's talk about reputation. I believe one of the people I betrayed was actually a reasonably high-powered moth follower, so that's my bad. And I won't turn in any of the commissions until the notoriety is gone. Alright, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, we're up. It's very hard to kill anyone who's past the tricuspid door, and there are quite a lot of anyones, but perhaps we can deceive one or prey upon someone's appetites. So if I want to add a Grail follower, that's fine. I've got 2 Cyprians, so adding one of them will be fine. That's not a problem. We have 4 challenges, of course, so I want to be a bit careful in terms of how I set things up. Heart or Winter, of course, Heart will allow us to pass the sea, so good news there. And then we need Forge. So I think here adding Dorothy and Leo at the start is probably best. That will free us up. So essentially that will knock down 3 obstacles, and then we'll only need to add a Forge follower when the time comes. Alright, Shohai's preferred theories are that we are the children of apes who walked upright, although his tone here is satirical, or that we consumed not only our parents, which is not the crime of the sky, but also our origins, so that we came from nowhere. And the devouring mysteries are: the Grail was the first god who was blood, the flower maker came from light, the beach crow was flesh, hunger and greed and yearning are the matrix of appetite, and here's their secret doctrine. Use this in a formula and write with bitter black salts and a subtle rupture or similar sources of power to summon Azim itself. So, the only reason to do the upgrades for the Vagabonds map, of course, is for aesthetic purposes. I don't want to... I'm not going to like throw everything into achieving that. What I really need to be worrying about now is getting Grail influence. I've got the best Grail lore. At some point, I'd like to summon Azim. And really, the rest of this is just getting the marks. So, hopefully it gets my snacks in the right order. Size in the Mantis is negotiable, and so last night in the Worm Museum I saw one of the worms who took Vienna, caged next to a worm taken from the soul of a child. In dreams they are more visible than waking, smooth and as dark as jewels. The walls bear stories of the First and Second Worm Wars. The third is too recent to have passed into the histories. So we'll still keep going through these ascents. I do need to be considering my next steps here, so let's do a manual for departure. Again, knock seems to be the sort of thing that would generate more dread, so I'm not in a rush to read it, but at the very least I can keep the study verb occupied. Oh, by the way, I should probably do that for the benefit of those who are interested. So when Dyslexic Reader is saying, find the idea of Wolf Snow hilarious, here's the write-up of it. Far too cold, ever to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. All right. Again, I just want a minute to think. Yeah, until I talk to Madame Bichet, it doesn't matter what I really do with that, so we will continue to pick things up and put them down again. The number of things I'm actually going to need to use funds for is pretty... It's increasingly small, so, you know, I could actually never return to Glover and Glover and still make it through here, so... Storms rise for the Thunderskin and subdue for the sister. The right words should carry us safe across the sea. Wave lashed and sea spattered, sun scorched and salt stained, but here. So what I'm going to do for the next few, I'm going to keep adding funds until I actually get to the door, at which point I'll add a Forged Disciple. Optimism is the spice which saves. So it looks like the mystique is gone. Alright, so this is kind of nice to have in my pocket while the tentative evidence is still on the table. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a single appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public. Perhaps he will show me some consideration. Alright, I do need to start thinking about how I'm going to deal with the icy atmosphere. Now, the big question is, do I want to read the menu? I feel like it's a little too... brazen to just go and read another high-level text right away. So let's take a minute to translate Origins of Hours. And I'm still looking for that last Vagabond's map, so... Of course, the good news is because I'll be going to the Red Church, it also means that the worst that happens is I wind up getting some fascination. Okay, so it looks like the Dread's gonna get picked up. That's inconvenient. As long as, yeah, Clovette. I think Clovette will finish her work in time. So when Clovette finishes this, I'm actually going to upgrade this pawn, and then we'll just stick them in the cupboard. Oh, excellent. The Season of Ambitions is coming up, so I'm just in time for one of these guys to start getting stale. Right. News from the old country, from all the old countries. The Long are desperate for novelty, and will take advantage of that. If all goes well, we'll be gone long before they know it. Sorry, gone before they know it. Still need to add money. Not Spintrea. Alright, so I definitely need to make sure that I deal with the chilly atmosphere. This is a little earlier than I wanted it. Very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it and it might bleed. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all the Impausi are women, they are heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men. But a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of the father. Come closer and we'll show you what we mean. And we prepared the text for study, so I'm starting to run out of excuses for not reading stuff, so... Let's do this in order. So heal up and dream. When Clovette's done with the notoriety, I will upgrade the pawn. That'll generate a notoriety. Or no, that may not generate a notoriety now that I think of it. How brave am I feeling? Let's try the Origins of the Hours. Show... Sorry, actually, I think I might have, this text might have changed. The sage and ecstatic Soham, a frequent visitor to the manses, claimed to have discovered the beach crow in person. Soham later insisted on a sky burial. Soham's writings veer from poetry to confession. He identifies gods from flesh, those who were mortal, from blood, those who arose from sacrifice, and from light, the entry into from the glory, and from stone, those who arose before his knowledge. He insists that the moth was the first god who was blood, but later contradicts himself and claims that it was the Red Grail. I wonder if I get to, I'm assuming I don't get to pick what I put into it. Oh good, it took the one that was about to expire. Okay, so I'm in a rare point where I actually get I don't have notoriety hanging over my head. So we'll add the chilly atmosphere and then just a ridiculously high amount of Grail. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. Of course, we did pile these all on reasonably close to one another, so it's possible some of these are going to decay before I really know what to do with them. I'll deal with that when it happens, though. So I suppose at this point I can afford to add Laidlaw. Another mark. When I'm done, the satisfaction is deep as the moon in the sea. Another mark buds in me. So we're up to number 4. I probably should have started this earlier, but... what do I want to do with Dream? I think we just keep going through the Peacock. Just trying to think. I'm going to leave my Dream alone for a little bit. Ah, damn it. Mansis was different before the first god came, from light, but never doubted existed even then. Okay, highborn thorax, sweet, vine-crowned moth king hatched in the thigh of the thunder king who's dead. Drink up his belly lymph. These are the sights you'll see. So the Ecdysis Club is probably my most reliable source of contentment right now. Again, we don't do drugs, so we will almost certainly shatter this warded door. Oh, good. We have another opportunity to eat. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. Yeah, I mean, it threatened so many times, and I was like, you know, whenever I try and do commentary for a playthrough, I say it's like, look, the game says that there's a consequence for us, but I haven't run into it yet. So we have an erratic disciple, loyal if peculiar, peculiar if even for one of our kind. So I believe in 600 seconds they go bonkers. Not that that's a bad trait for Moth. Alright, I have too many slots that are not doing things right now. So let's have a chat with Madame Bichet about a mission. And I think to get some contentment, what I'm going to do is I'll let the Season of Suspicion go by. This is not going to help me for G&G. But my idea here is that I'll earn some mystique with with my patrons, and then I'll just paint with it and get myself a little contentment that way. In fact, depending on the order of things, because again, I've got a fairly large savings, I can probably... yeah. All right, this looks great. It's 11:30 where I am, so we're not too far away from where we are. But thank you very much for hanging out. It's always a pleasure to have a chat with fans of the game. I hope you have a good sleep, and we'll hopefully see you next time. So I'd love to do the manual for departure, but I'm pretty sure if there's gonna be something that comes out of this, it will be Dread, and that'll be a game ender for me. So, and we've been able to go without taking drugs. So, all right. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So in principle, once I get the final mark, I I need 2 of the top level. I need 2 of the top level Grail influence. Actually, technically, I don't even need 2 of the top level Grail influence because I can just summon Azim through other means. But if I wanted to do it through influence, I would want to summon Azim, and then I would want the influence for the ritual itself. I have finished the manuscript, so I'm gonna be. It pains me to do this, but I'm actually gonna try and be a little disciplined on handing these in. So I'm gonna wait on the expedition completing before I run ahead with the with turning them in, because again I want to do the combination of getting rid of my notoriety as well as get rid of my dread. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I don't think I naturally generate dread through any of the actions that I'm currently taking. It would only be through reading the book that I do that. So when I'm done, the satisfaction is deep as the moon in the sea. Another mark buds in me. Obviously, this means I have to put my journeys to the Mantis on hold. Although, if I just keep going to the Red Church, I don't have to worry about dread. We do have a Season of Visions coming up, though, so wouldn't hurt to just put a lid on it for now. Hey, Skinny Man Gamer, thank you very much for the resubscription. I'll answer your question when the noise is done. Okay, Season of Despair. It is still the Grail run, and I'm actually already 40 minutes past where I wanted to finish, but I was a little later than when I wanted to start, but I wasn't so late that I can't push it a little bit. So we might see the end of this. It kind of depends on when certain events come up, and if I get a little bit lucky with them. But I'm feeling mildly confident that we'll be able to wrap it up tonight. Of course, there's lots of different ways that I could wrap it up, but I think the way this has turned out, I think a vanilla Grail victory is an acceptable finish for the run. I was debating about a couple of others that I don't have the achievements for, but our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. But yeah, you came at a good time, and of course I do appreciate you resubscribing. I never know whether or not September actually results in any more subscriptions for me, but especially because at certain points in the month, I see a really steep drop in terms of the number of subs, and sometimes it's just people who do monthly subscriptions and they want to specifically select when they go in, and so that number sometimes comes back to where its natural level is. But particularly over the last couple of weeks have been really hard, and then of course there was the news about Crusader Kings and all of that. It's definitely a time when I'm feeling particularly vulnerable in terms of just overall status of the stream and whether or not it's viable to keep going. So, I know yours, there's a couple, so yours, and there's a couple of others who it just so happens that those subs somewhat reliably come in at exactly the time I'm feeling like a hack and like nobody wants to watch my stuff. So you do a very good job of keeping the dread from mounting up. You always give me that contentment that I need right in the moment. Which is a shame, right? Because really I shouldn't be deriving the value from, I should be doing this because it's fun, not necessarily because people are watching, but it's hard not to entangle the two. Oh, damn it. I was a little overeager, so this is going to go by without the notoriety. This is the secret sub-cellar of the Hotel Ciervo. The walls are whitewashed, the floor is freshly scrubbed, shelves bulge with oddities. A caged man with a wild beard peers morosely at you from the corner. Again, he says? Or are you a different lot? No, I don't need rescuing. Thank you. It's much worse out there. Alright, that's a little unlucky, but I can live with... and actually we're going to have a bit of a chat with Rhaenyra in a minute, I think. So again, I'll pick up the notoriety as early as I can, and then we can start worrying about the rest of the Vagabonds maps, extra Grail influence. Open question as to whether or not this follower is going to give me what I need. Grab what you can, quickly, the caged man hisses. They'll be back soon. Only please leave the Gladius. I brought it all the way from Galatea back in the day. There, that shelf's good. Hurry, they're coming. You can escape up the delivery stairs. Alright, so there's the notoriety that I was hoping Clovette would deal with. Good work, Leo. Good work, Dorothy. Good work, Raw Prophet. I'll actually get the Raw Prophet or the Callagine to get rid of the evidence when the time comes. And we've got some Azoth for my trouble. Another writhing call, so that'll be good for Azim. And apparently, the true blood of Saint Januarius, he had a lot of it to give. So, yeah, I mean, at this point here, we have all the components we need for our ascension, and we are really just waiting on the 6th mark. So I'm going to need to find a new body in 90 seconds if our opportunity doesn't come by. Again, I'm going to wait for the notoriety to run out before I try and get my job back in Glover and Glover. And I'm going to try and use painting to get my contentment back. Again, I don't want to... Oh, actually, I can go to the Ecdysis Club now, too. Oh, well, the entrance is lost beneath the soft drapes of Crimson Cinnabar and Incarnite. The club motto, Engi Rom Imus Nocte et Consumi Mur Igni, has been rendered as into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. And we got notoriety for our troubles, so I have yet another chat with Clovette coming up, I think. All right. I was like, where's the passion? For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. And Season of Visions is coming back, so the performance ends immediately. The lights come up, and we are ushered from our seats and urged into the street. It's never clear what has happened, but the club staff seem prepared, as if this has happened before. Lights bloom in nearby windows, and passers-by gawp at the crowd of guests dispersing into the night. So inconvenient, but not insurmountable. Let's keep the cash flowing. I don't think there's anything we can do about this follower, so unless I use it in a ritual... Well, that is a possibility. This is going to become evidence against me. Oh! Oh, good. Okay, that's contentment. Good. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she is tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I will carry her with me for days. I suppose... Oh, it's 20.9, so I need to... I need to somehow give this thing a little extra life. No one understands us, or they understand us too well. Okay, with that in mind... I bet I can talk with Clovette about... No, damn. Alright, well, we do the usual. I think in this case, I'll keep the Raw Prophet for evidence control. The spirit is departed. At some point the smell will be so bad you'll have to dispose of it, but here it is for now. It may attract attention. It may be used to impress the impressionable. Even after the corpse is gone, notoriety will remain. Okay, so I think what we do here, we've got a much easier way of dealing with corpses. So let's do the rite of the seas fasting, I think, is what we need. Yep. I believe some winter is in order. Yeah, we'll make it the division bell. Damn it. This is in a rite with heart influence and a Byzantine tinct. Oh, that's right. There's a difference between the one that... Right. I keep forgetting there's the difference between the voiceless dead and the and raising something. So, call on the ring you to raise a corpse to half-life. First I must plant the seeds under the eyelids, under the tongue, and all the secret openings of the body. It will awaken as a burgeoning risen. Okay, so I am going to need to find... Ooh. Let's get that out of the way. So I need to get my 6th mark in 40 seconds. So it seems to me turning the erratic disciple into my final meal is the ticket. Yeah, I could also try the hireling. Why not? Let's see who can win the race. Nothing then. Only thing is it takes 10 seconds for the... Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to risk it, so... This one must serve another purpose now. Into the cupboard they go. Lock this one away safely. When their screaming and raving subsides, I will subdue them properly. So again, tons of notoriety. We technically still have the evidence, but I'm not too really worried about that particular status. At some point, I do want to go back to the Ecdysis Club just to close off the dread, so I can read other books and just generally do there are a couple of loose ends I'd like to tie up before we try and go to the final ascension. If I can do like the super ascension, that's just a nice little flourish for the end. But oh, sorry. Unfortunately, you're not playing popular games to grow. I sub because I have particular interests, and I also don't see any point in donating to multimillionaires. To be honest, I would not have the patience to do 3 to 4 hour streams to 6 to 10 people, and you have a full-time job. That's all very true. I mean, it's not that I don't get anything out of it. I think it's a tough call, right? Because, these multimillionaires make their money partly through the contributions of their audiences. Of course, once you reach a certain size, then you also get sponsorship money, and so we just wind up paying them through the fact that the marketing costs of games are what they are, and they need to get a return, and that's going to go into the price of a given game. But I don't know. It's another one of these things. Everybody has kind of got their role to play. I'm not entirely sure it's just necessarily the games that I play, because of course if I play a certain type of game, then I'm also going to be competing with a number of other people who are playing a popular game. And my style is definitely unique. Like, there's nothing that necessarily says that I am the person that other people should be watching. But on the other hand, so what I would like, because it's rather apparent now that my access to certain types of games for press keys is being limited by my audience size. I would like to be able to grow the channel modestly to be able to get past those thresholds. because it's, you know, I definitely have some independent games that I can still cover. And there's definitely stuff that I have through my subscription services, like, you know, like Origin Access and whatnot that I can cover. But it has become more difficult to get keys for things that I think are good fits. This is a more recent development. And I have a feeling that that's going to be, I think that's probably going to be a trend in the future. But I'm not really stuck for stuff to stream. And there's a couple of very small games that I'm going to be doing fairly soon, which I hope you guys will like. I think you can own Grand Strategy. You play well. That's the thing, Skinny Man Gamers. I didn't get a code. I sent 3 different emails to Paradox, and I didn't get a reply. So it's a bit of a shame because there's actually a person I know who doesn't really like Crusader Kings. They did it because they knew that the early period would help boost their concurrence, and they were able to get a key, which I was a little frustrated with. I don't like thinking that way because in the end, my focus is more about why I'm suitable for a key as opposed to, well, look, that jerk got it. I need to focus more on my own things. But yeah, I mean, it's the landscape as it is. And so I think in future I need to kind of keep that in mind. I have a couple. So the big trick that I'm doing now is I'm trying to think of meaningful ways to try and get the channel to grow without necessarily completely transforming the format. I might add some extra casts for some slightly more popular categories so that, you know, there's going to be a handful of broadcasts that I do that are maybe a little bit more in line with popular tastes, and they sort of bolster things like the Morrowind streams, which I think, you know, usually wind up with a max of like 4 or 6 people. But you know, I really don't have an interest in chasing a particular type of audience. Like I'm not gonna like suddenly switch to being like a League of Legends streamer hoping that it's gonna bring in hundreds. So. Any game with lore, lots of reading? Hades streams were good, but too much noise. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to do more Hades. It would be nice if I could brush up a little bit on the Greek mythology, and I'm sure I could probably come up with I'm sure I could adjust the volume levels so that I don't get completely drowned out by the game. But Dreams Dash, no League streams. I mean, I did do a couple of Dota 2 streams way back when. Also, hi Olaf. I know you've probably been hanging around longer than I've recognized, but. The corpse sways to its feet, its eyes struggle open, sap trickles from its mouth, it burgeons, it has risen. Burgeoning risen, the growths of the wood have encompassed the corpse's organs, swelled the skull like a gourd, twinned around its heart, its eyes are moist with cunning, and it moves with jerky puppet grace. Its bones are rotten wood, and soon it will take root, but until then, it will be a swift and subtle servant. You're playing League and watching. I chose the wrong game to use as an example. Okay. So yeah, I've secured my. I actually don't need to buy the follower now. So back to chats about my reputation. And once this is done, we'll go back to the Ecdysis Club. So I'm going to maintain my marks in the future. I'm not going to actively look for more. Just crashing out. It was too good timing not to put some input in. Yeah, that was. I appreciated that, Olaf. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. Okay, so this is going to be a good. This is going to be a good motivator for painting. In fact. There's really less of a reason for me to get Clovette to try and do all this charming. At this point, I really should be focusing on achieving some of my goals. So, with that in mind, let's go. I'm going to risk going back through the Peacock door, but I know everything that I do is going to generate either fascination or Grail influence. So it's not as risky as some of my other potential moves. A thirst for blood? If only it were so simple, I will drain them far more deeply. Excellent. While moths eddy through the hall, they perch on the brims of wine glasses and sip. I wonder if there's... Sorry. The wreath, announces the master of ceremonies. A dancer undulates on the stage, unfolding her arms. Live moths spill in a stream from her mouth. White moths eddy through the hall. They perch on the brims of wine glasses and sip. The audience applauds. The woman on the stage moves as if she has too many limbs. Moths crowd my arms, nestle against my shoulder. In a little while, I'll step outside and look at the clear, cold stars. Assume I dreamt the whole thing. The smokes of the club are treacherous. Alright, that's welcome. I'm going to explore with the raw prophet just because I would like to keep him around in case I need to get rid of the evidence. We have enough savings here that I'm okay leaving things be. I am, however, going to get some painting in. Actually, I can afford to do the reading as well. Another mark. I'm done. When I am done, the satisfaction is deep as the moon in the sea. Another mark buds in me. The one thing I neglected to do, I really should have read the different levels of the mark. I completely forgot to do that. So actually, let me see if I can find online the text really quick. All right, so the red grail has warmed me. Its thirst has begun to dry my mouth and itch my hands. I know this to be the third mark. So the first person I ate. The fourth mark is the intermittent improvements to my skin. In patches along my arms or down my thighs, it is clear, soft, glowing, like the skin of a child new-stepped from spring water, but only in patches. The fifth mark, which we just got past, extensions and eruptions, is the nickname for the fifth mark. I have developed 2 new fingers, and only one is on my hand. I have a fistula in the crook of my knee. Pressure upon its edges is a soft glow of pleasure. I think that the bulge at the small of my back is a new organ. And then the level we've got here. The sixth mark is identified as the point when I am a handspan taller. I swell in every member and direction. My skin is radiant velvet. Pits of flesh cushion my eyes. I am very thirsty. Yeah, and this is the trick for me. I don't think I ever actually played a game of League. It was just like, Dota was the thing that I knew, and the people who I knew were playing it, and so as a result, I went with what I was familiar with as opposed to any kind of preference. So again, we're waiting on the Grail influence here. I can try and do the different upgrades and whatnot, but I think we've earned a victory. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So I do have a fleeting reminiscence. I can quickly get rid of that. I do want to make sure I got rid of that before the Season of Visions, so. And the nice thing is, because that's going to take a minute, I don't have the same risk when I go through the Peacock door. I see the mistakes, I can also see the end. Now, I would have wound up with some fascination if I did too much passion. Finished. Magnificent work. I've created something both distinctive and beautiful. It will likely enhance my reputation. Recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. I actually think that's only 1 funds that we just got for that. And, oh god, I might have got a fascination. Damn it! Well, the fleeting reminiscence will take care of it, but that's annoying. Okay, I mean, as long as the season doesn't come by, I'm all right. There's a side of me that thinks I should try summoning Azim soon, but the problem is if I summon Azim too early, I wonder if I can resummon this. I guess not, because it's not a tool. Oh. Yes, I should be able to cancel that. So, the manual for departure lists a number of strategies: occult, martial, and political for quick escapes. Many are irrelevant, obsolete, or enigmatic, but the manual does include a number of powerful techniques for opening portals. Oh, actually, I don't think I ever actually read the text for this, so no, these doors shouldn't be recorded, but if we had only recorded things before we'd had to leave the 5th history, we would be in a much better state. So here I am writing it down, and if you don't like it, you can sanction me. So the manual for departure lists a number of strategies: occult, martial, and political for quick escapes. Many are irrelevant, obsolete, or enigmatic, but the manual does include a number of powerful techniques for opening portals. Finally, the mysteries of opening. The mother of Ants is the child of 2 rivers. The horned axe is the god from stone. The Menascate was born in the moon from light. The wound and the threshold and the revelation are all the gate's aspects. And here's their secret doctrine. Nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. This lore will provide it. And of course, this was the justification of our delay in reading this book, because obviously we would have lost if we'd read that book when I wanted to. Oh, I've got the restlessness, so I can try. I think this time it's going to be a full reputation painting. Maybe I'll I think I'll hire the hireling just in case I need a quick snack. Alright, that's a nice way of dealing with the, ooh! The police are gonna be on me. So, this is kind of a precaution in case I'm not able to get the thing I need. Let's deal with the dread real quick. Partly also because this is going to give me a chance to... the fleeting reminiscence will trigger for the Season of Visions, and that'll free me up to go back to the Peacock Door. And even if I wind up with a fascination, I still don't need to worry about the consequence. And there's no reason not to be talking with Clovette right now. Where did my cult go? So Clovette can start eating up whatever notoriety appears. And still don't have any staleness. That's a little surprising. Sorry, this is a little bit of a grind for the end, but I do kind of want to end with a flourish. We've got the Chalice Murmurous, we've got Devouring Mysteries. I really would like to get that 15 Grail lore and summon Azim. All right, Season of Despair is coming up, so I want to be a little cautious about that. And I suppose, given how long it takes to... So there's a couple things I can do to preserve the influence, but I think I'm going to roll the dice, and I'm going to try summoning Azim now. Let's do the Rite of Seas fasting. I wonder if I can get away with just an amaranthine nectar. Actually, better still. So I wonder if I do bitter black salts, devouring mysteries, and then add the consecrated lintel. Someone with the name emanations of the red grail. Azim may enter only where the grail's power is strong, and it will choose to enter only when invoked with the forge, which is with which it has flirted so often. So, of course, I have a few ways of preserving summons in the world if it really comes down to that. But hopefully we won't need to try too many times to... Of course, I get the mystique. This is why I was waiting for the notoriety to be the only thing on the table before bringing Clovette in there, because I never have any luck with them taking the reputation I want. Good news is they won't be able to... They'll never go past tentative evidence. I'm not going to generate notoriety unless I... Oh, the shifty woman's gone. There's nothing I can do about that. I should have paid attention. Oh, never mind. I can hire her again. So yeah, this is... I'm completely fine keeping them on retainer so I can eat their brains if... I guess I don't eat their brains in this one. But perfect example, right? Well, it gives me something to do, I suppose, if I want to mess around with the Vagabond's map. We're going to go straight back through the door. Now there's a good reason for me to use the Callagine to... Alright. So many rich aromas like a feast upon the air, but first and mostly blood. So I need to make sure that in 49 seconds I have a body that I can consume. I'm just gonna keep Azim kicking around. Is there anything I can do with the work verb right now that I wouldn't otherwise? I mean, picking up heavy things and putting them down again, I guess. I don't actually want to... I already know Frisian, so I'm just going to have a chat with Azim in the study while I wait for some of these other things to tone down. The funny thing is, if I'd looked a little more carefully, I could have just betrayed the hireling right away. I didn't need to pay them, but I think we should still be able to make this happen one way or the other. Right, same terms as before. This is, of course, the point where... Wait a minute. Say, one small change. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. Oh, I should have got Azim on that. Well, actually, that's not so bad because Azim... I can use Azim for other... Or sorry, I can use the Prophet for getting rid of the evidence that's about to come up. Actually, oddly enough, I think this is 2 Vagabonds maps in the row that we got from the Red Church. So much for the theory. And sorry I'm skipping over all of the dialogue, but I know we want to get to the end, so... All right, I've locked this one away safe. Oh, good. Yeah. I've locked this one away safely, and when their screaming and raving subsides, I will subdue them properly. All right. So let's get... Actually, this is going to seem a little silly, but I will turn in the commissions. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So, a thirst for blood, if only it were so simple, I will drain them far more deeply. So this is mostly just a bragging rights thing that I'm doing here, but oops. Apparently, I'm all about the language lessons and tongues I already know. So this is obviously, like, trying to do anything with Clovet here is a complete waste of time. I've got far more mystique than notoriety. The funny thing is, I could actually afford to just take the hit, like going back to Glover and getting a warning about the scandal, but that's just not done. So the hope here is that I get a nice little combination of glimmering and erudition to... Actually, I already have it, so we will now upgrade the... Oh, but I've yeah. I better be sure that I know what I'm going to do with Azim then. Okay, I kind of wish I had a bit more glimmering, but... So at this point here, I wait... Oh, I should have read the text. We're still at level 6, so everything is fine there. I've got more glimmering that I know what to do with. So really, at this point, it's just a matter, because I want to do a big finale, it's really just a matter of getting to the point where I have that max Grail influence. Okay, so this is gonna produce damning evidence, so I might want to take a second and swap places between Azim and my raw prophet again. We'll see what the Red Church produces. Amaranthine nectar. Damn it! So I'll do some painting with this restlessness. That's not going to save me from the evidence, but it will at least stop me from generating some dread. It may also get me some extra mystique, which would be nice. But may also buy me some time while the raw prophet gets rid of the bad guys. I'm a little nervous about the division that I'm about to make here. So I'm going to put Azim on Search the City. Now the problem here is that locks Azim up for a period of time, but that's so I can destroy the evidence. Challenge knowledge, so that's for the erudition. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. What do we have here? All right, meeting with Rhaenyra. I'd rather plow straight back into the... There it is. Okay. In incardinance, the very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it and it might bleed. All right, so the timing of all of this is great. So we have everything that we need. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all Impausi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men. But a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of a father. Come closer and we'll show you what we mean. So, we've set the stage. I'm going to take the Affliction and the Vitality. And I've got 60 seconds, so everything else should be in order. I also just want to double check the... Yeah, 12 Grail, so it's worth more than Saliba, or any Cyprian for that matter. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. My recent work has accrued modest fame. My paintings have reviewed well. So of course I've got 11 seconds before the next threat emerges. Actually, we did rather well for the payment. I suppose if I'm feeling very nervous, I can do something like this. So the 7th mark is the Feast of the True Birth. I am close, close as blood to the heart. I will need all the power of the Grail I can muster, and at least a 36 degree of intensity. So, I mean, if I wanted, there we go. But I really want to blow this thing out of the water. So we're gonna wait the 22 seconds for Azim to become available. There's the glimmering, and we might even wind up with our last Port Noon anecdote by the time this is all done. Tough to say. Doesn't actually really matter. It's all about the preserving this influence. So the rest of it is, you know, gravy. Okay. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So Azim, the second Thirstly, change me harder. Now, my turn. So speaking of changes, we will... We'll get the raw profit can keep doing its thing. So the rite intercalate. This rite recapitulates the sun's abominable fate. It is used in extreme times by foolish adepts. Each rite can be used for many purposes. For a summoning, I must begin by calling upon the power of the knock, which will open the way. So we will add the desire. So the 6th mark is identified as the point where I am a handspan taller. I swell in every member and direction. My skin is radiant velvet. Pits of flesh cushion my eyes. I am very thirsty. 7th mark is the Feast of the True Birth. I am close, close as blood to the heart. I will need all the power of the Grail I can muster to at least 36 degree of intensity. So our sacrifice, something to be lost. This has to be lore, so we give the Devouring Mysteries offering. Something to be lost. In this case, we bring up Azim. Surrender. Something to be lost. I believe the Chalice Murmurous is higher power than the painting. Dissolution. The Incarnates, the very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it and it might bleed. I have an idea about what this... I think in this case, it doesn't really... Like, this is not what it's intended for, but I believe I can just... I can push the numbers even more. So, I am swollen with the lives of others. The seams of my body begin to rupture. Now I invoke the Red Grail, who is the mother of mountains, who consumes, who is the source. In her name I give birth to myself. The tricuspid gate opens. I will be immortal, a long, favored of the Grail. Any follower used in this ritual will be consumed. If you care about whom you might leave behind, be careful. And... you know what? Just as an extra flirt, so I'm going to let this run by for a bit. So there's a side of me that really wants to take the deal with Poppy and say, see ya. Oh, yes. Has to be a proper ending to this, so. I'll give this a little bit of time. I just want to make sure the timings are all right here. All right. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. All right. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. And Feast of the True Birth. Oh, okay. In 22 seconds, I'll also get the. Well, I'll pass the challenge. Whether or not we get the final lore on time is another question. I thought it was going to tell me something about the beloved. Maybe that happens later. Perhaps they love me, perhaps I love them, perhaps none of that matters. Add passion to turn aside your assent and lives immortal with your beloved, do nothing to continue. I heard a story once of scales where a pan held a heart and the other a feather. This the choice I now make, though the feather be eternity. This choice will abort your ascension and make the choice to live as immortal with Rhaenyra. Which is it going to be, chat? If I put the passion in, I get to live. I live as immortal with Rhaenyra. Feast of the True Birth. For a little while I dwell in the high rooms of the mansus, and then I return through the tricuspid gate, and I tear free of the sticky rags of my old flesh. My new body is smooth without and red within, like a sweet fruit. My limbs are strong as cables, my senses are knives. I will not grow old. I will walk the world in service of the Grail, feasting, growing. Perhaps I will rebel, perhaps one day I will rise even higher. Congratulations on a standard sensation victory. You have wrestled the game to its knees. There are other paths. That's a snail that guy's eating, right? All right. That may be the first part of the story of Paul Samuelson. So, it's worth doing a small recap in terms of the plans for Cultist Simulator. I have been streaming this game quite regularly on Wednesdays for a while. Now, there was a small break that I took before Exile came out, and then I think probably the period of time where I was doing Cultist Simulator is a little bit shorter than what I've done in the past. But here's the general plan that I have for this game right now. And I am very much open to suggestions in terms of the types of games that you'd like to see. If I get a lot of demand for this game to be done live, I have no problems bringing it back because I've got lots of achievements that I can try to get as well. But here's what I'm thinking of for Cultist Simulator at the moment. One of the things that I am missing quite a bit about the broadcast is having a little bit of flexibility, and specifically having time to be able to jump in and play through a game and not have it sort of be punctuated with all of these different interruptions. So the way it works right now is I've got a Paradox game on Monday. Right now, Age of Wonders Planetfall. And then Wednesday is Cultist Simulator, unless it's the second Wednesday of each month. And then the Friday is sort of an open day. Sometimes it's like XCOM, or sometimes it's Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. But basically, the challenge that comes out of that is when you look at a game like 6 Ages, which I enjoy very much. Hey, thank you very much for the bit, Skinny Man Gamer. So the if you think about how 6 Ages went, I basically got to do that every Friday. But of course, that one really suffers for me being less familiar with it or needing to remember what happened previously. I know some people thought that Outer Wilds could have been done better if I'd done it a few times in a row. So my view is that I would like to go back to trying to engaging with the game fairly deeply. That means, probably doing a game sort of 2 days in a row. So Paradox will still be the Monday, but maybe I'll do a week of Age of Wonders Planetfall if people want to see that. Or maybe the Wednesday and the Friday, I do something like 6 Ages, and I would properly go through a playthrough, and then, that's done. The playthrough's finished. Now we're going to move on to the next thing. And I think particularly for the kinds of story games and games with lots of reading, that will generally be a bit better. For people who like games like this. And again, that goes on the other side. So, when I come back to doing Cultist Simulator live, that means that there would be a Wednesday Cultist Simulator, a Friday Cultist Simulator, and just a little bit more progression rather than just the once a week, except that it just so happens to fall on the day in which there's this meetup, and so it's actually 3 times a month as opposed to being once a week. But with that in mind, I do not want Cultist Simulator to go away, because it is by far the most popular thing that I do, and there seems to be an endless appetite for that. And so the plan is to move Cultist Simulator to a VOD focus. I've got lots of achievements that I can get. I've got little challenges that I'd like to do. There's lots of different video ideas that I have for Cultist Simulator. And again, at the beginning, I sort of had a bit of a call for recommendations. I was thinking of trying to do maybe 20-minute spurts on the videos, cut them up and put them in playlists properly so that people, if they want to get the long experience, they can. But if they're looking for a quick hit, there's a little bit more to, you're not kind of committed to these monster length videos. I will admit, the videos that perform the best are the ones that are super long, but that might just be for lack of choice. But I am open to suggestions, and it is worth remembering that I have every intention to play Book of Hours when it finally comes out. I will probably do more Cultist Simulator between now and then, and of course, more importantly, if there happens to be a special event, if I'm invited to go on the Steam page, if I just feel like doing some more Cultist Simulator, maybe even trying out some mods. There's lots of different things that can happen with Cultist Simulator. I do not mean to suggest at all that it's going away. However, If you like watching my stuff on YouTube, that means there's going to be more YouTube stuff. If you really prefer seeing me play Cultist Simulator live, there's going to be a little bit of a period where I'm focusing on some other material, stuff I'm very excited to show. Particularly, it means that I'm going to be cleaning up a bunch of games that I started but never finished. But again, I'm not. This stream is not just for me. I can enjoy games on my own without having to broadcast. And if you are uncomfortable with the idea of there not being Cultist Simulator live, if you see some of the other stuff that I'm doing and you say, I really like it when you play games with a little bit more of a story, I want to take that to heart. So please don't be afraid to mention whether or not the new approach is working for you. It is worth remembering that this is an approach that I took which resulted in me finding Cultist Simulator in the first place. So to me, it's kind of a return to some of the things that I thought were worked quite well on the broadcast. But I am definitely not above. I'm definitely not above criticism. Not above getting some feedback. And so if it works for you, please let me know. If it doesn't work for you, please let me know. Maybe be respectful in it, because if it's negative feedback, I definitely don't want a less sensitive delivery to prevent me from taking advice that I really should be heeding. But that's where I'll leave it. And again, I don't know when Book of Hours is going to have content to play. I suspect it will be a while, and so I'll do some Cultist Simulator material in between, and that will definitely include some live broadcasts. But I figure it's one of these cases where sometimes having some time away from something lets people appreciate it a bit more. So, future plans for the stream. I have been really enjoying Rebel Galaxy Outlaw on Fridays. I might do that on Friday. Worth remembering, next Wednesday there will be no broadcast because I'm going to be at the meetup. So with that in mind, I'm kind of setting for myself the personal target of, I want to get the YouTube stuff up and running when this particular video is uploaded to YouTube. So this is going to mean I'm going to have a couple of weeks to just sort myself out, try and get some videos in the pipe if I can, and I'd actually really like to sit down and write out exactly what my plans for this game are. Some other stuff that I'm planning in terms of the future. There's one first-person shooter that I'm really looking forward to doing, and I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, but I promise I will not make it a regular thing. There is a rather well-known sort of RPG, sort of action game, one of the better-known story games, I think, which I've still never played. That's one that I have a fairly high priority for. I have a couple of sort of Telltale-like games that I want to do and hopefully get through quickly. And then there's some very indie, very, unknown strategy games, which I'm looking forward to sharing with you as well. I actually have quite a bit that I want to get done. I've spent enough time talking, so thank you everybody for sharing the story of Paul Samuelson with me. I will admit I'm actually a little bit on the fence as to what the follow-up story is. I don't mind doing another Apostle run, even if it means that I wind up not achievement hunting the first time. I don't think it's the worst outcome to follow up the run that we've got, especially because somebody was asking earlier today if I've done an Apostle victory, so maybe that's a good one for me to start off with. But for the rest of the evening, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Apocalypse, who is currently playing Steins Gate. I'm sure a few of you will have noticed that I'm hosting Apocalypse more. I think she's quite a good streamer. She's playing Steins Gate. She's quite good at visual novels. I think good at visual novels in a way that I'm not. So she has a lot of fun with it. I think she did a great job with I Love You, Colonel Sanders, for instance. And I definitely be. I definitely like supporting her. She was very kind to invite me with her on her podcast that she does with It's D-Pain. We talked about movies. I extended the average time for that episode by about an hour. But I don't know. People like hearing me talk, apparently, or at the very least, I like talking. So I should probably actually do the raid command, huh? But yeah, please do stick around for her. Again, it's I know visual novels are probably not what everybody thinks of when I say story-based game, but I don't know. I hope you guys stick around because I think she is a streamer who's worth supporting. I'm probably gonna have tomorrow off. I again have not been having the best time of things, either just emotionally but also like physically. I'm very tired. I'm having trouble sleeping. And I want to try and get myself back into a good space before I start recording a whole bunch of videos in a row. But until next time, I will see you Friday, and I hope you guys have a good time at Hops Channel.